Great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful June 12th council meeting. And thank you for those that are joining us virtually and those that are in the gallery tonight. Before I call it to order, just FYI to members of council, I think there might be some conversation around our community. The CN representative for Stony Plain area has reached out and said they're dealing with an issue of some overnight dumping of garbages on their lands into their bins. They've noticed a couch and everything else in there, but they have contracted a company to come up with a trailer to address some of that this Thursday. So again, if you guys see anything, just forward it to our staff, and our staff will have contact with the individuals to have those things rectified. With that, there's a agenda before you. Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council adopt the June 12th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Okay.
Did we amend it?
Administration, is there a reason why we're amending the agenda?
Through your worship, yes, in the first item for bylaw 2673 LUO 23, attachment 7 has been replaced. There was a clerical error in the placement of that attachment on the original agenda.
Okay. So members of council, if you had downloaded the agenda package on item 5.1, there was advertising that referenced the second public hearing on both of them. So instead of the first one, so it is added to your desk, and that is to deal with the Sun Metals. If you read your package, this was missing, the newspaper advertising, and then also where the zoning was. Okay. Any other questions? See now, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to talk to council about anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, do we have anybody registered?
Through your worship, yes, we have Sherry Howell registered.
Welcome, Sherry. Thank you. Again, there's a sign-up sheet. If you can sign in and then speak directly into the mic.
So, thank you, Mayor Troy and council members for listening to me tonight, giving me an opportunity to speak to you. I thought this might be easier than emailing all of you, as I sometimes do. I have what I hope is a quick and easy ask of council. Last week, on June 7th, I was out in my backyard. For you, those of you that don't know, I live in Boggley. I'm a downtown, old town resident. I've been here for a lot of years. So I'm out in my yard watering plants later in the evening when I noticed a fella had taken up a spot between my property on the outside of my fence and between the church next to me. He was obviously a homeless fella, and I'm going to use the word homeless because I was told yesterday that it should be shelterless. It's a gentle word, but it's not a gentle situation. He was homeless and he needed some help. You will remember Wednesday was a very, very hot day, and he was sitting on the ground in between the two properties with his shoes off, and my dogs had noticed him, so I went over to speak to him. He's my new friend, Eddie. He had very sore feet. So he came from Spruce Grove. Someone had stolen his bike, and so he had walked to Stony Plain, and his feet were very sore. He was tired and sweaty. Actually, he was exhausted. He looked really worn out. So
Can you move it closer?
Sorry, William. Sorry, Mayor Troy. I did what I could to. I chatted with him, and I made sure he had food and water. I thought maybe and I brought out a pail of water to, wash up and try and look at his feet, make sure they were okay. And then I thought he would be on his way, but he was, I think, too tired. So he's obviously settled for the night. So I made him as comfortable. I blanket and pillow and water and cold drink, and I went off to my house. So the next morning, I wanted to find out what we had available in Stony Plain. Now, I know that Stony Plain and Spruce Grove have some issues, and they're working on it for the unsheltered in our communities. But right now, in Stony Plain, there is very little. So that was the 7th of June. On the 8th of June, I phoned town and looking for numbers for some assistance. Was given a number for community services and for FCSS. Nobody answered either phone. I left messages with them. One of the recordings was if I didn't get an answer that I should call 211. So twice I tried to call 211, was on hold for 10 minutes. No answer. So I spoke to him many times through the next day and offered what I could, and came up against a wall. I didn't. Everybody told me there was nothing in Stony Plain for him. So Friday, a lady from community service, and that would be the 9th of June, returned my call. By this time, Eddie had moved on. The next day, when he was ready to go, I made sure he had food, water, cold water, and etc. Apologized that I couldn't offer him anything more. And I talked to the woman from community service, and she gave me the same numbers for FCSS and 211. Still no answer. So finally got a call back from one of the ladies from community service on Friday, and she gave me a couple more numbers to call. I mean, by this point, we're talking 3 and 4 days since he needed assistance. I took down the numbers. One was for the Tri-Regional Pay Forward Society, and also a number for the Alberta Support Center. So I called both. Well, yesterday evening, Lori LaPlante, who is a volunteer and is running the Tri-Regional Pay Forward Society, called me back, and we discussed the situation between Spruce Grove and Stony Plain. She works, I think, basically in Spruce Grove. She talked about the hub closing and therefore more people gravitating this way. Also about the terrible drug issues they're having in Spruce Grove right now. I'm here to ask if the town of Stony Plain could either make sure that receptionists, if people call in wanting to help, let them know what is available. I found out from Lori LaPlante that there is up at the old Good Sam that they can access bathrooms, and I imagine shower facilities free. I don't know of any place else in town they could. Like, I don't know of any place else in town where they could freely access bathroom facilities. But if we knew about what is available, because she mentioned a couple, 2 or 3 things. Of course, there's a couple of churches that put on free meals. Used to be more regularly. I haven't seen that advertised for a while. You know, if people just knew where to send them or how to help or where to call. I came up against a brick wall. So if you know, your receptionist had a list of places that were accessible, that could help, or if it was on the town site, those of us, and I live in downtown, so I'm seeing more and more need for this kind of thing. I mean, Friday night I walked my dogs 10:30 at night. There was another fellow sleeping on the bench in front of the senior center. It's a terrible situation. And I just would like the town to put something out there so that people such as myself know what is available in our community, where they can access these facilities, where they can go for a free meal, bathroom, shower, simple things in life. Thank you all very much for listening to me. And I will be watching to see what the town puts up on its website as an answer to this.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Sherry, for bringing that forward. And I believe you have been always very appropriate in bringing your concerns to council. And this is just one of those issues that, again, that is starting to rise in our community, and we do definitely need to get a hand on it. Maybe expect an email from our community services, community and social development, just kind of outlining some of the programs that we have in our community. And you're absolutely right, we do not have very much in the town of Stony Plain. It's just that we just don't have the capacity to be able to handle some of that. And that's why we're working with the City of Spruce Grove and Parkland County for a tri-regional homeless and poverty reduction strategy with the City of Spruce Grove as the larger population around us. And I think they closed their hub down, but I believe that, from my understanding, that it's going to become a mobile hub, so which they can access and go directly to the people instead of having people walk or get a ride to where they need to, where the hub is stationary. So we'll get something like that together, and we'll get you an email so that if you do run into these individuals, you have the proper phone numbers to contact and then get them help. Okay. Thank you, Chair. All right. Administration, has anybody else registered to speak at the public input session?
Through your worship, no, there's not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the gallery that would like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay, so now move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled for tonight, so moving on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. 5.1 is the bylaw for Sun Meadows Lot 3. Okay. So again, this is a public hearing. I will call the meeting to order. This is a formal meeting, so records will be kept. This is the only point in time where official residents have the chance to address council on the current kind of land use amendment. Okay. How it works is I will call to order. The presenter, our administration gets to present. Council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then the applicant gets to make a presentation. Then again, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then all those in favor of the proposal get to present. And again, council gets to ask questions of clarity and understanding. All those that are not in favor are next, and then council has the opportunity to ask for questions of clarity and understanding. And then all those that want to make a general comment are next to speak. And then again, council has the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. After that, the applicant can close if they like. Then that will close our public hearing, and the business item will be dealt later on under bylaws in section 8 of our agenda. Administration. So in accordance with provisions of section 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act, that Council holds this hearing to provide an opportunity for public input and comment to proposed bylaw 2673 LEO/23 Sun Meadows Lot 3 land use amendment. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship. So as mentioned, this is item 5.1 in the agenda package, a public hearing for bylaw.
Can we increase the volume?
A public hearing for bylaw 2673 LUO 23, Sun Meadows Lot 3 land use bylaw amendment. So we like to start with this slide to outline exactly where in the land use planning framework we are and what we're discussing today. So we're discussing an amendment to the land use bylaw, which falls under the land development flow chart in our land use planning framework. It governs the uses of lands and heights and locations of buildings. So as part of this application package, some public engagement was required. A letter was circulated to nearby property owners, which provided a proposal summary as well as an aerial image. There was an invitation to a survey, and a summary report has been provided as part of your agenda package today. Additionally, this item was brought to the Planning Advisory Committee. Meeting minutes were taken, and that is included in the agenda package as well. I would also note that this was the subject of the amendment to the agenda package. Attachment 7 has been updated to include the notification which was provided. It was advertised in the Town of Stony Plain Reporter on May 26th and June 2nd. As well, a notification sign was posted on site, and the information was also posted on the town's website. So for context, you'll note that the site here is hatched in red. That is the area of the 11.5 meter height limitation, which is being proposed to be removed tonight. To the north, you'll see Highway 16A, to the east, Veterans Boulevard, and to the south, 44 Avenue. This is the easterly most lot of this development. And so for some context, this is an excerpt from the area structure plan This area is demarcated for high-density residential development. This application would align with the area structure plan, perhaps even provide further alignment, allowing for more mix of uses and higher intensity. Specifically, the area here is noted. This is the section, the land use bylaw, which would be removed from the height limitation. It is Lot 3, the lot adjacent to Veterans Boulevard. And here's a high definition aerial image of the site, which is kind of displaying how the site is developed over time. This site, as we've noted, is the easterlymost portion. You'll note the Tanglewood development to the south, which is building out some low-rise, medium-density residential. And similar nature development would be proposed for Lot 3, perhaps at a higher height, given the removal of the limitation. And again, here's just another high-definition aerial so that you can get a frame of reference of what is happening on the ground. You'll see that an access is beginning to be created here. Another one would be planned for across from Jutland Crescent. Currently, no accesses are proposed on Veterans Boulevard. However, should they be proposed, right in, right out only would be permissible. And I'll just step back here for a minute. Additionally, no accesses are currently proposed adjacent to this commercial development to the north. There is some drainage that is taking place at the north of the site, which would prohibit any accesses there. Also, for some context, the original zoning for this site took place in, well, not the original zoning, but a redistricting for the site took place in 2013, which changed the site from RMH, which is a manufactured home district, to R3, which was the high-density residential district at the time. When this redistricting took place, this L-shaped lot, as you see it today, was not in 3 separate lots. It was 1 lot. As such, when the height limitation was placed, the option was to place it for the entire lot. And the intent at the time was to ensure compatibility with adjacent uses, primarily these single detached homes to the west. So, it is our belief that this intent is still met by removing the limitation for the easterlymost lot. And likely, were the lots subdivided at the time, this likely would have been the original height limitation overlay put in place. So, first reading took place on April 24th. Currently, we're having the public hearing. This is June 12th. Provided council's blessing, this may receive second and third reading and a final decision. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Anything else to add?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay. So members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through to our manager, I'm just curious, what is the reason that no access would be provided directly from this site into the commercial area that's on the southwest corner of Veterans Boulevard and Highway 16A?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councilor Hansard. Currently, that area is being used to convey drainage, so that is the reason.
So I think you said that, your voice dropped and I didn't catch it.
Apologies.
So is the drainage just surface drainage?
Speak more
Through your worship to Councillor Hanser, specifically when Veterans Boulevard was being redone several years ago, there was a culvert a little bit south of where the red dot is on the map right now, to ensure some of the drainage that was on the east side of Veterans Boulevard would drain properly into the Adam Creek, which is kind of the forested area in the northwest corner, or the upper left area, shown by the red dot there. And again, to ensure that that surface drainage was controlled and streamlined, it was placed on the northern property of what is Lot 3 now, and is conveyed from the east going westward until it goes under the trail there and drains into Adam Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Again, to administration, I just looking for a little bit more clarification in regards to Councilor Hansard's question. That drainage, at any time, could that drainage actually be paved to do the same job as what is there now with a roadway put into it?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, the intent was that it was just a surface drainage. There's a utility right-of-way that was proposed as part of the Veterans Boulevard upgrade project. Again, there hasn't been any plans to, say, pipe that drainage. That would be an additional cost and infrastructure that the town would have to bear. So again, at this point, it was only designed as surface drainage through a drainage ditch. So, not specifically.
Just to follow up in regards to that. Thanks for that answer. So I'll take you back to the other side of the road now. What is the cost that's associated to, what would the cost be, or is there a cost associated to having access, that is the main road, artillery that takes people, 44th Ave is the main road that takes people into town, having two direct runoffs of that? Is there an additional cost that the town will bear to make, to mitigate traffic on that road?
Through the worship to Councillor Pletchko, I'm not aware of the specific costs associated with the engineering projects that would have been. I'm not sure if we might have a better answer from administration right now, but again, that's not necessarily a cost I would have handy right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson?
Mayor, just a couple of quick questions this evening, just about some zoning of some of the comparable buildings in our municipality that you referenced in the package this evening. Appreciate those being provided. Thank you for that. You listed a few, Entro, Sunrise, and Station 33, both phases there, 13 to 14 meters approximately in height. What is the zoning for those particular developments?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, the majority of those are in an R8 district, which is our high density, same here as Lot 3. Some of those, the B&G Manor one, for example, and the Three Robins are located in our C3 Central Mixed Use District, which is sort of a pedestrian-oriented area of downtown sort of district that allows for a variety of different uses from residential, commercial, office, those sort of uses.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And that actually answers my second question. And so to my last question here, it's my understanding that the municipality owns the land directly across Boundary Road there to the east. Do we have is that our land there that's directly across the road adjacent to 16A and Boundary Road?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, the municipal boundary is shown just north. So there's the intersection of Highway 16A and Veterans Boulevard. The quarter section that is in the northeast is Spruce Grove's quarter section. The other 4 quarter sections are within the town boundary.
Okay. But they're not owned by the town of Stony Plain. They're private developers.
But they're within our...
Within our jurisdiction, correctly.
Okay. Is there ASP or anything done on that particular land that's directly east? And if so, what are we looking at for that particular area?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, that's part of the east boundary area structure plan. I believe the plan indicates that it is a commercial area, and pretty much everything north of the railway tracks and east of Veterans Boulevard and then south of 16A is either commercial or there is a portion that's kind of a natural wetland area that would be preserved. But yeah, the majority of that is commercial in terms of its districting. Or sorry, it's not districting, it's use in the area structure plan. The districting is currently FD or Future Development District.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, just a question for administration. In terms of looking at Lot 3 for the land use amendment to lift the restriction of the height restrictions, does that mean that, will that apply to the other hash areas as it was originally one development?
Thank you, Your Worship. Removal of the height limitation would be restricted to Lot 3 only. The other 2 lots, Lot 1 and 2, would maintain the 11.5 restriction.
Okay, any more questions for clarity? Understanding? Nope. See none? Okay, I will, at this point in time, ask the applicant to come forward and your ability to make a presentation. And again, there's a sign-up sheet if you can write your name on there and then introduce yourself to council. Again, the mics are very bad, so you need to actually look directly into the mic when you're speaking.
Hello, Your Worship, Council, members of administration, and the public. I'm Natalie Tremblay, a community planner at ISL, and today I will be presenting on the proposed land use bylaw text amendment on Lot 3, Block 1, Plan 182-2573 in Stony Plain. The purpose of this application is to amend Section 2.9.5.9A of the R8 District of the Land Use Bylaw. This section limits building height to 11.5 meters for Plan 182-2573, Block 1, Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 3, as shown in Figure 2.9.5. We propose to amend Figure 2.9.5 by removing the hatching on Lot 3, shown in green. By removing the hatching, this means the building height will change. I will describe how on the next slide. We propose to delete Lot 3 from the following text as shown on this slide, which means we are removing the building height limitation of 11.5 meters and allowing a 25-meter height for Lot 3. This would therefore remove the height limitation of 11.5 meters from the subject site. This change would allow the developer to build the last phase of the project, which started on Lot 2 and Lot 3. The developer is considering a 4-story adult seniors active living residential building. On this slide, the town's land use bylaw interactive map, with a legend on the right-hand side and Lot 3 shown in green. Lots 1, 2, and 3 are zoned R8, high-density residential. This is a property zoned R8 there is a property zoned R8 to the west on 28th Street. This site allows a 25-meter height for residential buildings. Lot 1 currently has townhouses that are 11.5 meters in height. Development on Lot 2 consists of townhouses at 11.5 meters in height. These were built by our client and sold out quickly after being built. The area to the north is zoned C2, General Commercial District, and currently has uses such as restaurants, gas bars, and retail stores. These high-intensity commercial developments front onto Highway 16A. Between Lot 1 and 2, there is green space and trails providing a nature and recreation amenity within close proximity to residential development. The development to the south, which is separated by a collector roadway, 44th Avenue, consists of residential dwellings and is zoned R3, Manufactured Home Residential District. The development to the west of Lot 1 is also zoned R3, Manufactured Home Residential District, and a arterial roadway, Boundary Road, is to the east of the site. For context, Lot 3, as well as Lot 1 and Lot 2, are currently zoned R8, high-density residential. The purpose of this district is to provide medium to high-density housing, like multi-unit dwelling, row house dwelling along major roads. In this case, the development being considered by the developer fits the uses of the R8 district and would be built along major roads, Boundary Road and 44th Avenue. As part of our application, we reviewed the town's relevant plans to confirm alignment with our application. Firstly, we looked at the municipal development plan. Based on MDP Policy 6.1A, as shown on this slide, our proposal is in conformance with the town's intent to diversify the housing stock and that housing's proximity to amenities. In this case, Lot 3 is near commercial development and recreational amenities. Next, we confirmed that our proposed amendment for Lot 3 was in conformance with the applicable South Business Park Area Structure Plan, and it is. That plan, as shown on this slide, describes that lands north of 44th Avenue should be commercial, mixed use, making up the largest land use, and high-density residential. That land use pattern is shown on the following slide. This is the proposed land use map within the South Business Park Area Structure Plan. The subject site is designated HDR, High Density Residential. This area is separated from lower intensity uses and Highway 16A by green spaces, trails, and roads, and is nearby commercial uses. In summary, a 4-story seniors housing development is in alignment with the South Business Park Area Structure Plan. When we started the application process, town staff requested that we conduct a public engagement process with adjacent residents. On January 17, 2023, a letter, as shown on this slide, was sent via mail to 128 residents within proximity to the site. The letter informed residents about the proposed land use bylaw text amendment and included a link to an online survey. The letter encouraged recipients to complete the survey and voice their concerns. We received 7 responses. 1 respondent indicated support for the proposal. 6 respondents indicated that they were not supportive. What were the concerns? The concerns that were identified were considered in our application, but these concerns will mainly be addressed at the development permit stage. In conclusion, this land use bylaw text amendment application to change the allowable building height from 11.5 meters to 25 meters on Lot 3 is in alignment with the surrounding land uses, which include both residential and non-residential uses, the R8 district regulations, which accommodate medium to high-density housing along major roads, the MDP, which supports a range of housing to promote diverse residential development, including a range of seniors housing with preferred location within easy walking distance of shopping and other amenities, as well as the South Business Park Area Structure Plan, which identifies the areas as high. The South Business Park ASP, which identifies the area as high-density residential, which is separated from lower intensity uses, and Highway 16A by green spaces and roads. With that, that is the end of my presentation, and are there any questions?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding from that presentation? Deputy Mayor, Councilor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. The road on the east is Veterans Boulevard, not Boundary Road.
Okay.
In your presentation, you said Boundary Road, and some of us who've lived here a long time still want to call it Boundary Road. But so that people don't get confused, it is Veterans Boulevard. All right, one of the things that I'm wondering is, was there any kind of study or observation made about the level of noise on that corner? Because I often see developers talk about putting seniors housing on quite busy corners, and I'm just wondering what kind of peace and quiet the seniors would have living in that building.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, at this point in time, there has not been any thorough studies done for noise, but that's something that can be considered moving forward through next phases, but as of now, no.
Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation here this evening. Just looking at the application, I have a little bit that gets cut off in the package that I have, and so just looking for a little bit of clarity there. So under description of proposed plan, I see building height maximum 25 meters, and it says except for, and then 2 building height 25 meters except for, and I lose the rest of what is typed there. Is the intent, sorry, I'm going to back up just really briefly. I think we only have one building in our municipality that actually comes close to that 25 meter maximum, and that's a 7-story, I believe, 3 Robbins building right downtown. All the other buildings that about 4 to 5 stories are within 13 to 16 meters. So I'm just curious, was there any description in there that looks at what height the developer is actually looking to build to, or are they looking for the full 25 meters?
Yeah, through your mayor to Councillor Anderson. As of right now, the developer is considering building a 4-story adult seniors living complex. The 25-meter height allowance is used for the R8 district within the town, so that's why that number is being used in this instance. But as of now, the developer's plans are to build a 4-story building.
Okay, and I do appreciate that. When I went through some of our maximum height limits, was surprised to see 25. I looked at some of our neighbors, 20 seemed to be, a maximum. So 25 seems quite high, so something for us to look at on the other side. But appreciate that we're looking at a 4-story building, which I think is appropriate. So thank you for that.
Okay. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad to hear clarification on 4 stories. Is that a commitment, or is that just a proposed process right now?
Yeah, through your worship, through Councillor Hansard. As of right now, there's no definite plans that have been made. This is what they are considering.
Okay. So it is often a question that residents ask, get approval on one thing, but then make it something else. And that's what has people somewhat concerned, I think. At the point you would go above 4 stories, the building becomes a lot more expensive to build, correct? Because unless things have changed, I believe concrete floors separate the floors, the levels of the apartment building. No longer, I think, is wood satisfactory. And then you get a better building, one that doesn't deteriorate as much and certainly creates sound barriers. But if that is not also in the plans to spend a lot more money, I'm just wondering, at what point would the developer have his mind made up about what he wants to actually build there?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, I believe that the developer will have more concrete answers through the development permit stage and with that application, which is yet to come.
Okay. The other thought that strikes me is several times through this material that we read for tonight, there's reference made to walkability and closeness to proximity of commercial areas. Right now, the only commercial area that's really in close proximity is the one directly to the north, which is coffee shop, a fast food restaurant, a gas station, a couple of other things in there. Is the developer thinking that there would be additional commercial created that would make life easier for seniors in this particular building?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Hansard, as of now, the developer is considering just the residential development on the lot, but there is consideration of the trails and natural green space between lots 2 and the areas to the west, and our understanding is there will be paths and trails to link to the existing commercial, but as of now, it's a residential 4-story development being considered.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, but that's all I have right now.
Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Again, members of council, in terms of clarity and understanding, it's not about what's going to be developed there. It's about land use zoning. So if you look at what the R8 designation has, everything that fits within that criteria is allowed to be built there. In terms of asking what kind of building it is, it's a good concept, but it's never held in stone because that's not what they're asking for. That is not our role, and it's not the development permits. We're here amending a land use bylaw to allow the increase of height. Okay. Any other questions for clarity and understanding from the presenter? Okay. See none, thank you. And you have an opportunity a little bit later on as well to address council. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so moving on with our public hearing. This is the time that we allow all those in favor of the proposed land use amendment can come forward and speak. Okay. Anyone in favor of the land use proposal change? Third call. Anybody in favor of the proposal? Okay, moving on to the next step. So all those that are not in favor of the proposed amendment change can step forward and speak. All those not in favor of the proposal can step forward and speak. Okay. Third call for all those that speak opposed to the land use amendment. Okay. Moving on to the next phase, which is anyone that wish to make a general comment about the land use amendment can come forward and speak. Okay. Anyone make a general comment about the land use amendment? Third call, and anyone like to make a general comment about the land use amendment? Okay, that ends that. The presenter, based on our procedures, you have the opportunity to speak again if you like, to address any concerns that you heard. Okay, that ends that. Administration, Manager of Legislative Services, are we compliant with all the Municipal Government Act?
Through your worship, yes, we are.
Okay, with that, then I'll declare the public hearing for Sun Meadows Lot 3 Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Bylaw 2673, LUO/23, closed. Okay, moving on our agenda is 5.2. This is another public hearing. And again, the procedure is identical. Administration will have an opportunity to present. Council gets the question to ask questions of clarity. The applicant gets to make a presentation. Council gets to ask questions for clarity. And then again, all those in favor of the proposal will get to speak next, and then council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. All those opposed, again, council gets the opportunity to ask for questions of clarity and understanding, and all those have a general comment to make. And then again, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding, and then the presenter gets to summarize if they choose. Okay, so with that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act, the Town Council of Stony Plain is holding a public hearing to provide opportunity for the public to comment on the proposed bylaw 2673, LUO/23. Nope. That's all wrong.
Sorry, through your worship, it's 2674.
2674, LUO/23, -5422, 47th Street, Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Go ahead, administration, with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. As mentioned, this is agenda item 5.2 in your package, a public hearing for Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2674 and Amendment 45422, 47th Street.
Okay.
So this is
If I can, just before we, the mics are really bad. We need you to speak actually talking into the mics, because
Yes.
members of council are actually having a hard time hearing. So administration in the back, can you make sure that they're mic'd up really loud? And to administration staff on the side, please speak directly into the mic.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So So this is an amendment to the land use bylaw, which governs the use of land as well as the location and size of buildings. As part of this application, a public engagement conducted. A letter was circulated.
can't hear you again.
A letter was circulated to nearby property owners. What was provided in the letter was a summary and concept plan. Am I loud and clear? I'm trying to speak as loud and as close to the mic as possible.
Because that mic is just kind of buffering in and off, so
Okay.
a couple of your words are nice and loud, and the other ones fade off. I think that's
Okay.
why we're having a hard time hearing you back here.
Okay, apologies. Perhaps we can get some technical help with the mics. I'll continue in the meantime. Public engagement was conducted. A letter was circulated to nearby property owners. A summary of the proposal, as well as concept plan, was provided. An online event was held, and the summary of this online event has been provided as part of your package this evening. Additionally, this was circulated to the Planning Advisory Committee, and the meetings, or the minutes of that meeting have been attached. And then I would also note that this application was placed in the Stony Plain Reporter, and that was on, it was advertised on May 26th and June 2nd. A notification sign was also posted on the site, and it was displayed on the town's website. I have a new microphone, so hopefully it's a little bit clearer. Are we better?
That's better, just
Okay,
speak into the mic.
good. Okay. So, in the red hatched area, you'll note the subject site. It is adjacent to 47th Street to the east. It is south of 54 Avenue, which is at the end of the block to the north, to the east of 48th Street or the 5th Meridian, and it is adjacent to 55th Avenue to the south. So this is a high-resolution area, but just shows a little bit more context of the surrounding development. You can see it's primarily single-detached residential, the Good Sam Building to the west, and some other services, as well as pedestrian connections just to the east. So to back up a little bit, redevelopment is something that is being proposed for this site. This is a naturally occurring thing that happens within neighborhoods as housing stock ages. They're no longer fit for habitation, or the needs of the communities change, and people are looking to perhaps change what's built there. Over time, what is allowed in different areas changes, as well as the desires of the market and communities change, and as such, sometimes we see differences in what is being proposed versus what was constructed many years ago. Some of the opportunities that present themselves during these chances for redevelopment are an increase in housing diversity. So it's an opportunity to match emerging demographics and preference changes with the housing supply of the area. It's an opportunity to present more compact and efficient neighborhoods, primarily through the leveraging of existing undercapacity infrastructure. So an addition of units with no additional cost to our infrastructure. Now, specific to this site and suitability of that location in particular, so it is located on a collector roadway, has immediate access to a main arterial just to the west, being the 5th Meridian. The corner lot does present some mitigating issues as far as traffic concerns. And it is also adjacent to existing commercial uses as well as some residential. It is supported through all levels of the planning hierarchy of legislation. So it's supported through the Old Town Community Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan, and as well it would make use of the R7 district, which has yet to be implemented in the town, but has been created to facilitate this style of development. So to speak to the Old Town Community Plan, this is an excerpt that you see showing the site in yellow. So this is the residential character area, which does support infill development. And then specifically what we're speaking about is a change from R1 to R7 districting. R7 being our development district, which provides for medium-scale infill development on sites. So this has been advertised. We're having the public hearing right now on June 12th. Provided council's blessing, this bylaw would receive second and third reading and a final decision. And we'd welcome any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding of the presentation? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate the presentation from administration. I have a question. You talked a little bit about the Old Town Community Plan, and as I'm reviewing the Old Town Community Plan, it's actually on page 78. It talks about future development within mature residential character areas will be in accordance with the policy framework established within the section, also identified in map 12. And it goes on to show in figure 10 kind of how that infill development looks. And it states in the area that we're looking at, low-scale infill developments are allowed at corner lots. Now, this is a corner lot that we're looking at here in this proposal. I'm wondering, though, can you define low-scale infill developments? What is a low-scale infill development?
Within the land use bylaw, the R7 district is specifically crafted to accommodate low-scale infill development.
Okay, and in layman's terms, just for the average resident, what does a low-scale infill development include?
Sure. Currently the applicant has discussed some concepts which propose a five-unit development on site, which would be something in line with low scale. I suppose it is a little bit interpretive and subjective what low scale versus medium or high scale allow for. But the R7 district in particular speaks directly to low-scale infill development, or is intended to facilitate low-scale infill development. And the primary factor which determines what density would be allowed is the regulation within that R7 district, which allows for a certain density dependent on the site area.
Anything else, Councilor Laurie?
And just for a question of clarity here then, when I look in, sorry, I'm just trying to find it again here, in the MDP, the Municipal Development Plan for the Town of Stony Plain, page 60 of that document looks at area of transition. Just confirming that this location then is contained within the area of transition identified in the MDP.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, it is, again, part of the intent, I guess, of the MDP is that it is a very high-level document. So specifically something like this is intentionally kind of on the boundary of where that would be. But again, this falls within the intention, the policy intention of the document, that this would be something that's an area of transition, indicating that's an area that's undergoing redevelopment or sort of older housing stock being replaced. I think this is a good example where you'd have an existing building that is no longer to be used as it is. Demo would take place, and then you'd have gentle redevelopment of those sort of sites. So yes, this would be part of the areas of transition.
Follow-up?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then just one more. So, and like so talking about the areas of transition there, talking about the infill development and the Old Town Community Plan, these are both relatively new in a sense. How many of these type of projects or redevelopments have we seen come forward to date in these areas of the plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, these are the sort of redevelopments that we typically see in areas in the C3 Central Mixed Use District. We've seen several of them. There's currently one going on, I think we mentioned in the first reading, just to the west of Reds on, I believe it's 52nd Avenue, and just to the west of Highway 779. Again, that's an example of something right now that's taken place. In the 10 years I've been here, I can probably think of, at least 1 to 2 sort of a year that we've seen sort of old lots be demoed and then replaced with either new housing stock at a denser level or the equivalent typically is what we've seen.
Okay, so essentially a handful if we want to call it, in the last 10 years. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding from the administration's presentations? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to step off the curb and ask a question about what will be built there again, but I'm hearing some questions along those lines, or at least suggest what will be built there. Will this be like stacked townhouses attached to each other with detached garages, or will we not be discussing that at this point?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, I can speak to some general concepts that have been provided by the applicant. I do believe the applicant is also here tonight, so I believe they might be able to answer some questions as well. But currently what is being proposed is 5 dwelling units, 2 in the basement and 3 above ground, 2-story building, approximately 10 meters in height, which would be 2 meters lower than the maximum permissible. And they do intend to account for all off-street parking requirements on site without variances.
May I ask one other further question? So in essence, is this more like an apartment building, or is it units built together forming one building, but they all have exit doors like townhouses?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, I believe it would be more similar to the latter that you'd explained there, where they have individual access. But from the streetscape, it would appear similar to existing residential. It would look like a single detached home from the outside, but it does contain 5 separate units that all have separate entrances and exits.
Okay. And one other question, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Is it proposed that the parking for these units will all be on-site, or will they have to park on the street to accommodate the number of vehicles?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, again, yes, we are straying into development permit type territory, and so I'm hesitant to say we know for sure what is being applied for as far as the development permit. So far, the applicant has stated that they intend to comply with the land use bylaw in its entirety and are requesting no variances, which would mean that they are intending to accommodate all required parking off-street, on the private development.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none, I have questions to administration. Looking at the R7 district, the lot area has to be a minimum of 450 meters squared. Can administration tell me how wide or how large this lot is?
Through your worship, if you just give me a minute, I will get you the specifics.
Okay.
Through to your worship, the specific site has an area of 695.85 square meters, or that would be 0.17 acres.
Okay. So thank you. So it does meet our minimum lot requirement or area to have this zoning placed on a property.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from council for administration? Okay. See none, thank you. Moving on to our next phase, which is then the presentation from the applicant. So if the applicant can come forward. Again, there's a sign-up sheet if you can do that, and then our staff will move the mic over. And again, you have to please speak directly into the mic.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today in favor of our application regarding the lot at, sorry? You bet. Regarding our lot at 5422 47th Street here in Stony Plain. I'd like to speak primarily to our broader vision behind this development plan, and my brother and business partner, Cameron Mosier, will be addressing more of the data points and studies supporting our specific application. My parents moved to this area in 1995 to an acreage just outside of Stony Plain, where they raised me along with my brothers and sisters. I remember, among many other things, cycling into town to pick up groceries for my mom in my early teens, making daily stops at A&W during my first real job working for a local roofing company, completing all of my Christmas shopping on foot, browsing door to door through the many unique shops down Main Street, and in more recent years stopping at the Heritage Center for pie and coffee, as well as getting photos done with my wife and kids on the steps of that same building. My entire career in residential construction has been centered in and around the tri-municipal area. Over nearly 30 years of involvement in this community, two observations have shaped our vision for development here. First, that rental properties in the area tend to be either single-family homes, making them relatively expensive to rent, or they tend to be apartments in large, dense complexes, representing a significant trade-off in lifestyle and experience in exchange for the cost savings. This first observation supports our belief that our middle ground approach has value to the community, offering the cost savings inherent in a multi-unit building, along with the opportunity to be a contributing part of a friendly neighborhood. The second observation is that the demographics of residential renters or tenants is changing rapidly. 30 years ago, it seems that there were many negative assumptions and attitudes toward anyone who rented their home. Today, there is a much more realistic view on the renting versus owning debate, and renting as a long-term option is becoming much more common across all demographics. Consequently, it is inappropriate for us to judge an individual or family based solely on their home ownership or status. And it is appropriate and helpful to offer the same opportunities for renters as there may be to single-family homeowners. Our goal in developing this lot is to provide a middle-of-the-road option for new rental homes where we achieve just enough density to make the project financially viable, but keep a residential style of architectural format on a single town lot within a comfortable and a quiet neighborhood. We purchased a decrepit building with a foundation that couldn't be renovated, that had been on the market for almost 2 years before we made an offer. This was a home that, quite frankly, nobody else wanted. We bought it after extensive review of and in reliance on the town's development policy, with the express purpose of demolishing the existing building and building a brand new residence on the lot. It is our intent to improve the neighborhood, and I would like to note that the R7 zoning that we are requesting includes all of the same height and setback restrictions that are currently in place for the R1 zoning, meaning that any single-family home built on the lot under the current zoning could be the same size and shape as anything we might build with the proposed R7 zone. We did look at several other lots, particularly one fronting Highway 779, but felt that they didn't fit our vision of building a middle-of-the-road approach, as those lots face the highway and are large enough to support a retail development or a high-density residential building. That's the extent of my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Members of council, any questions for clear and understanding? Okay. I have a question for you. I think you mentioned in your presentation that you bought the lot and then you worked through with our staff to come up with this zoning?
So prior to buying the lot, we reviewed the Old Town Community Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, the Area Structure Plan, and developed a plan and a proposal that we felt met all requirements and demands of those levels of policy. Once we bought the lot, then we started the process with the town.
Okay. But that was not a condition of this rezoning for your purchase?
Correct.
Right. And then you do realize that if it goes through, then you can do what you had envisioned. If it doesn't go through, then you have to accept the realities of you made that purchase without having that security.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Moser, am I saying that correctly?
Mosier.
Mosier,
Thank
okay.
you.
Or would you be able to tell council and those present of any other similar type development that you've created that is working where it was created? How do the people feel about living there? And how do the neighborhoods accept them once they're created? Have you done this before?
We have one other development currently under construction. I think it was mentioned briefly. It's just west of the Reds. That's our only other development in the town of Stony Plain. There was some opposition to that development when we began it. We have great relationships with all the neighbors. Primarily, the concerns were about somebody beginning a development and not being able to finish it on time, not being able to carry out construction efficiently, et cetera. They've all been quite pleased at how clean the site's been kept and how the construction is moving quickly. But we don't have a building currently occupied in Stony Plain. We do own a building that we purchased, that we didn't build, that was very similar in the town of Spruce Grove, or the city of Spruce Grove, pardon me. And it stays fully rented all the time. The renters are quite happy. And the neighbors are we have a good relationship with everybody in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. See none, thank you. You'll have an opportunity later to readdress any questions that may come up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, move on to our next phase of the public hearing is all those that are in favor of the proposal can speak up. Okay. And again, there's a sign-up sheet if you can sign in, just in front there. And then introduce yourself and you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and fellow residents of Stony Plain. My name is Cameron Mosier.
Okay, can we turn up the volume, or are you speaking to, or?
All right. My name is Cameron Mosier. I am the owner of the property at 5422 47th Street. First off, I would like to thank the members of this council and town for providing us this audience to hear our arguments in favor of this application. The reason we are here tonight is to rezone this property from an R1 to an R7 with the intent to allow the construction of a triplex with 2 legal basement suites for a total of 5 dwelling units. I purchased this property in 2019, resided there for about 1 year, and have operated it as a rental property since then. My intent when I first purchased this property was to redevelop it when I was able and felt the economic environment was more supportive of this type of development. During my research prior to purchasing this property, I came across the then recently approved Old Town Community Plan. The OTCP provided a plan to support the development and intensification of the Old Town area under which this property falls. This plan reinforced to me that the town was bringing forward policy that aligned with the potential I saw for this property and area. One of the most contextually significant goals I saw from the OTCP was to redevelop older decrepit houses on large lots in the area and increase unit density, with current density in the Old Town area being at 23.5 units per hectare. For comparison, the Forest Green West area has a unit density of 52.4 units per hectare. Also, as a member municipality of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, Stony Plain has an aspirational urban density target of 100 dwelling units per residential hectare and an infill target of 15% of all net new dwellings. This would mean that the Old Town area will need to accommodate between 190 and 450 net new units by 2033, based on growth forecasts conducted in 2017. To clarify, increasing net new dwellings is only accomplished by projects such as these. A duplex would be net 1. The project I am proposing is net 4 dwelling units. I understand the goals laid out in the OTCP as being a key step in the growth of the town. As the urban center develops, I believe densification and redevelopment of the older properties in the immediate area, outlined in this case as the Old Town area, is essential to growing and sustaining the patronage support system needed for additional shops and commercial spaces in the nearby urban center. In conclusion, it is my belief that this project is in accordance with the policy and development targets of the town of Stony Plain, as outlined in the Old Town Community Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, and the EMRB Regional Growth Plan, and provides essential diversity to the town's residential housing mixture. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. If I can just get you to tilt the mic higher so you're actually speaking into the mic.
Gotcha.
Because
Okay.
when you actually did that, actually, we could hear you better. And when you didn't, we had to actually lean forward to actually hear.
Fair enough.
Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Okay, I will ask a question then. Since you mentioned that you purchased as a rental property and you checked with their Old Town Community Plan, and definitely there is a redevelopment happening within our community as most communities happen as they age out. I think the town of Stony Plain is what, 115 years old now? So there's definitely areas that need to be redeveloped. You mentioned you looked at that and you made the purchase, but you also knew the zoning that was already applied for.
Yep.
So based on those drawings in our municipal development plan, you were sure enough that it fit into the old town structure plan?
I felt that there was a good enough support there to pursue the purchase.
Okay. And okay, that's not for you. Okay. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Thank you for your presentation and comments. Right, anybody else that like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment? Can step forward now. Okay. Anyone in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment can step forward now. Okay, and that was the third call, so we'll move on to the next phase of our public hearing, and that's all those that are not in favor of the proposed bylaw. Administration, we have a list?
Through your worship, we do.
Okay, go ahead and call them in order, one at a time.
Our first registered speaker is Mike Lacusta.
Again, welcome to the council chambers. If you can sign in the sheet there, and then again, just introduce yourself to members of council. As you've heard that the mic doesn't pick up well, so you almost have to be its best friend for the next 5 minutes.
Well, my name is Mike, so we do have something in common.
Yes.
Good evening, honored council members, your worship. It's both my pleasure and honor to address you tonight. A quick little bit of history about myself. My name is Mike Lacusta. Born and raised in Edmonton, Alberta. Moved to Stony Plain a little over 2.5 years ago. Second time in my life that I've actually lived outside of Edmonton. I will say that when this first proposal, when we first got notice of it, and I will draw attention to the fact that there was a mention made that there was a letter sent advising people and residents of the potential meeting. I will say that it was delivered, I would struggle to say it was delivered in a timely manner, and quite frankly, there were some who got the letter and some who didn't. So the first presentation, or the first proposal, it was very clearly outlined by the, please, I mean no offense, I believe it was Mosier Brothers, that this was being done in an attempt to respond to Stony Plain's dire need for rental accommodations. And it very quickly became clear that this in fact was not a response from a community perspective, but it was in fact two very enterprising young gentlemen who wished to maximize potential in an area. It's clear to us here as concerned citizens, residents, owners, and potential neighbors that this is very clearly an attempt to profit. I will say that as I looked through Stony Plain's website, there were two particular references that I would draw to council's attention. One of which is in the mission statement. It says very clearly that we will nurture and preserve pride in our heritage. And I find that as I looked through some of the history of Stony Plain, nowhere did I see references to multi-unit farming, condominium farming, townhouse farming. I didn't see any of that. The other part was that I look in the visions and it says a strong, vibrant community where we respect our heritage, embrace the present, and are excited about the future. Well, I'll tell you, council members, your worship, you're looking at one person who is not excited about the future of where I live in Stony Plain. And I can tell you that I have the pleasure of sitting amongst many neighbors and friends and a young gentleman who actually, in speaking with him, sold me in purchasing the property in Stony Plain. So again, I look at core leadership where it talks about collaborative leadership and safety. I happen to be a manager in health and safety, and when I think of safety, I don't just think about physical safety, I think about emotional safety and having the safety of coming to a home that is affordable and safe. I can tell you that in the 2.5 years that I have been here, I've sustained a theft. It was actually the first winter that I was here. I sustained a theft of a utility trailer, and last summer I just recently had a vehicle broken into. So I must admit that I do get a little concerned about any attempt to increase, and I will say this, whether it's renters or owners in a multiplex unit, I get a little concerned about the safety of my property, my belongings, and indeed my family. It's simply a poorly thought out plan to build a multiple residential complex that will put added strain on the infrastructure. It was interesting because during one of the presentations, it was made clear that this wouldn't put a strain on infrastructure. Well, if we're talking 5 families that are going to be moving in there, that's 5 new sets of garbage that's going to be picked up. So you're looking at roughly 10 bins that the neighbors can look forward to seeing every Tuesday. I look at the safety of that particular intersection, which by the by is a very high traffic area, and I get very concerned about safety from that perspective. I moved here 2 years ago, and I moved here because the town of Stony Plain really appealed to me from a small town perspective. I can still, as a matter of fact, we were driving here today, and someone who I've never seen before waved to me because we let them in. I can tell you, for those of you that may live who work in Edmonton or bigger areas, getting waved at is usually minus a few fingers, but I digress. So, you know, I can tell you that having lived in the west end of Edmonton all my life, except for one previous occasion, I recently moved here after selling a house in the west end, and I can tell you that that particular neighborhood had multi-dwellings, apartments, condos, owned, that kind of thing, surrounding all 4 corners. And for anyone who doesn't think that that has an impact when you go to sell, you're mistaken. It does have an impact. It took me a lot longer to sell it. I can tell you that I would be remiss if I didn't actually take a moment and thank the Major brothers, who are obviously very caring individuals, who were so concerned about the decrepit state of our neighborhood that they bought a property and then promptly rented it out for a couple of years. I'm also interested in their study to find an appropriate area to build such a complex. I'm curious as to whether or not they looked in their own neighborhood. I can almost guarantee the answer is no to that. I can tell you that should this rezoning application be approved, I'm going to seriously considering whether or not Stony Plain is the place I want to be. As I've mentioned, I've already had a couple of incidents. This is going to increase the number of foot traffic, the number of vehicles, to name a few. And I will say that moving forward, if this is approved, and I do not want this to come across as threatening, but I will say that in terms of an impact on infrastructure, every time I see someone that I don't think belongs in that area, I will be calling RCMP. Every time I see a bin that's either put out 2 days early or picked up 2 days later, still sitting in the street, I will report that. So there will be an impact on infrastructure. A couple of interesting things around I'm sorry, excuse me for this. I do apologize. I have lost my train of thought, with the exception to say that, yeah, I strongly oppose this. I've spoken to many of my neighbors who strongly oppose this. This is nothing more than an attempt to profit. Nothing against that, but not at the impact of our community, not at the impact of the values which you people still have on your website. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Would you like to answer questions for clarity?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to, just in case there's questions of clarity and understanding of what you said or presented?
My apologies.
No problem.
First time at a council meeting.
Thank you for that. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you so much, Mr. Acosta, for your presentation there. I do have a question, and it's more so about something you said, and I think this question would go to administration. Administration, being that this is a single lot, there was a mention of 10 bins because there are 5 dwellings within this one lot. Can you confirm what would be allowed for this lot under the waste removal?
Your Worship, to the Councilor Lawyer, we're just pulling it up right now.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
We're just asking how many bins if there was a 5 residents in that lot.
Your Worship, through the Councilor Lawry, thanks for the question. According to the solid waste management bylaw, it is at the town's manager's discretion with units of that consist of less than 4 dwelling units for that service to allow.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, if it was 5 units, they would not be afforded 1 bin each? Is that what I'm understanding?
Double checking this works. You can hear me okay? Okay. Through your worship to Councillor Lowry, there's basically what it says is that all dwelling units less than 4 by right shall have waste collection services. I do know of one building across the street from, or across the highway there, for which each individual unit did have waste carts. So I guess it would depend. I guess, but by right, they would be able to get 1 dwelling unit or 1 waste cart for both waste collection and green bin. But again, there would be eligibility for potential more than that. Again, that would need to be applied and then decided based on the discretion of the administration.
Okay, so allowable for 4 of each, and then if they wanted the additional 1, they would have to apply for the additional 1.
Through your worship to Councilor Lowry, just to add to that answer, what's most likely is that there would be shared waste collection and storage of organics and other waste. The land use bylaw would require that this is screened and not visible to adjacent roadways or developments.
Thank you.
The applicant may also be able to clarify how they intend to accommodate waste on site.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. And that wasn't a question for you, so we could have saved that for a little bit later during our debate.
May I just ask a question on that response? And the question is, it was my understanding that, at least I can say from my experience, I have 2 bins, 1 for garbage, 1 for refuse, or 1 for recycle, organics. So
Yeah, so from what I understand from the bylaw is that every dwelling that has 4 or less units
Right.
are allocated 1 each.
Money, okay.
Anything more than that, then it's the discretion of our staff.
Okay.
So the maximum is 4. If they want more, they have to apply.
Thank you, Your Honor. My only comment would be it may be up to the discretion of management. It's certainly, if there's more than one, it won't be up to the discretion of people that will have to look at it. Thank you.
Any more questions for clarity? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This would be my only time to ask Mr. Lacusta a couple of questions. In your early life, before you came to live successfully in Stony Plain, Mr. Lacusta, did you ever rent in your whole life?
No, I have always owned.
Okay. And did you ever live in a multi-unit building of any kind, duplex or triplex?
No,
Okay, you're very fortunate.
I am very fortunate, indeed.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? No. Thank you for your time and thank you for your presentation, Shane.
Thank you all.
Administration, I believe we have a couple more registered, so go ahead and announce the next person and call them up.
The next registered speaker are Jurgen and Susan Sedans.
Hello, sir. How are you? Good. Again, there's a little sign-up sheet. That's per protocol. If you can just sign your name in there, and then go ahead and introduce yourself to council, and you can start.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? My name is Jurgen Sedens. I've lived at Stony Plain for 21 years at 5505 47th Street. And we heard about this proposal for this multi-5-unit complex here. And the concerns we have is we purchased our home because it was a single-family dwelling. And with this 5-unit, I don't know how they propose the parking there. We all know that we have possible 2 people per unit, and then children involved. That's 3 cars, maybe 4 cars, depending on how many kids you have. Where are these cars being parked exactly? Will it be underground parking or what? That's one question I have. And with the with this new street light that they put on the corner, you get traffic that flows quickly across 48 and then past the proposed building site. And if there's more vehicles on both sides of the street, for those people going from south to north, they can't see around the parked vehicles that are there, well, have been there with the construction. We had construction workers parked on both sides of the streets. It makes it very difficult to go from north or from south to north. And those are the big concerns. And as for housing, I don't know. If you go 1 block north of the proposed building site, there's 2 empty units, 2 lots there proposed for what this fellow wants to do. There's a big apartment complex there, 3 stories. There's townhouses next to that. And if you go by there, you always see these mattresses sitting out by the garbage that hasn't been collected. Other people drop their stuff off there. It's a mess there all the time. And I have to agree with the last gentleman when it comes to our land value. I mean, I can't see it increasing in value. How can it? That's pretty much all I got to say. The last gentleman covered it very well, so.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time in your presentation. Any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. See none. Thank you. Administration, if you can call up the next.
The next registered speaker is Stan Balanik.
Good evening, sir. Again, just write your name on the speakers list. Introduce yourself to council, and then you can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Stan Balanik. I live at 5416 47th Street, which is 4 houses from the corner lot that's being developed. I've lived here for 22 years, and I have 2 major concerns. And one is with regard to traffic problems that are existing already that will only be made worse with time. With 55th Avenue being very busy and to avoid the traffic lights at the corner of 48th Street, many residents of the proposed property will use the back alley. Even at present, many vehicles travel at very high speeds down this alley. It can be assumed that this problem will occur more frequently. Also, the alley is very narrow. There's power poles on the west side, and if you meet a vehicle, you've got to pull partly onto private property in order to let the other vehicle pass. And this is happening all the time. Almost every time I go down that back alley, I have to pull over, or that other person pulls over to allow me by. And if people are traveling fast, this creates problems. Heavy traffic down the alley creates problems of safety. Many of our garages are pointing parallel to the alley. So that means you back out and then angle onto the alley. Now your garage creates a blind spot for you when you're looking down one way, and the garage behind me creates another blind spot, so I have to proceed very slowly, and I cannot see if a car is coming down that alley at 50 kilometers per hour. And luckily, I have avoided some accidents because I was going down there very slowly. Also, because of the heavy traffic on 48th Street, many pedestrians use the back alley to get from one place to the other, and many people use bicycles. And again, they are at safety risk. The second area is 47th Street. Starting with the construction of 48th Street a few years ago, a reconstruction, I should say, the amount of traffic on 47th Street increased. Some reasons for this were to avoid the construction, to avoid the traffic lights, or to find a shortcut. Even though the construction is complete now, there are still heavy traffic on this street. There's heavy-duty trucks, gravel trucks, there's heavy-duty commercial semi-trailers that, for example, Cisco Foods come down that street regularly to avoid the traffic on 48th Street, I think, and to get toward the hospital. Many vehicles traveling down the street seem to be speeding as well. I know that a few years ago, my neighbor, when the construction was going on, reported to town, the bylaw officer or somebody came there and checked it for 1 hour and then left, but there's still traffic going down the street like crazy. And it's assumed that if people are trying to get to work from this corner lot, they will be trying to get to where they're going as quickly as possible, and speed may be a factor. The second main issue that I have is the parking on 47th Street. And for one reason or another, many residents of 47th Street park on the street now. Visitors of residents also park on the street. Now this narrows the street, as was mentioned earlier, for regular traffic. And this is to be expected, and it's understandable, even though some people have driveways. I know one of my neighbors has a big driveway. He went away for the long weekend. His driveway was open, but he parked in front of my place for 3 days in front of my place. I had company coming, and I had to find a place for them to park. It is assumed that residents and visitors of the proposed property will also park on 46th Street. Even though there may be parking provided, who's to say they have to use it? They don't. They can park wherever they want. And as I mentioned, 55th Avenue is a very busy street, and to make a right turn to 48th Street, you're often blocked because there's people in the medical clinic parked on the street. Now, if people that are living in this residence are parked along 55th Avenue, they're also going to be blocking the vision, as was mentioned earlier. Now, I know that in our case, the west side of the street will be probably people parking way past the property line of the new property. And even parking in driveways, and I've had people in my driveway and didn't know how to get a hold of them to get them moved. I didn't feel like calling a tow truck to get them out of my driveway, but this is going to be a problem maybe. So what do you do if a vehicle is blocking the driveway? As I say, these are the two main concerns I have. There are many other concerns, but I just wanted to bring these to your attention, and I thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your time and bringing your concerns to council, and appreciate your time in our community of 22 years, and then sharing what you have lived in that area.
Okay.
Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Palick, for your presentation. I'm just curious, because you mentioned pedestrians using the back alley. I know what you speak of. I'm just curious, with the improvements on 48th Street and the new sidewalk there, have you noticed any of that improve?
For whatever reason, people from the east go down the back alleyway, down the next block to the back alley to get to the convenience store on the corner, or to get downtown, and they don't have to worry about maybe somebody splashing if it's raining on 48th Street or anything like that. So generally when people are walking down the back alley, they walk to the side, so there's no problem. But if somebody is recklessly going down the back alley, that could be a problem. That's what I mentioned.
Thank you.
There's quite a few people do use bikes in the back alley.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Meyer, anything else? Okay. Councillor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. Similar to Councillor Meyer's comments, I'm concerned for your comments regarding the speed and the volume of traffic in the alleyway. Have you provided any of that feedback or reported any of those instances to our community peace officers or to the RCMP?
No.
Okay. So I trust that our administration has taken the feedback of this anyways, and it will be noted as an area to patrol and watch.
I just feel that it happens. There's fast traffic on 47th Street. It was reported, and very little changed, never changed. And the bylaw officer came out there one day during that time and was there for about an hour if he was out there that long, and then he left.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, the next speaker is Haley Hennig.
Good evening again. Thank you for signing in, and then just introduce yourself to council, and you can go ahead and start.
I'm Hallie Hennig. Can everybody hear me? I've lived in Stony Plain most of my life. My husband was born in this town. I even had babies in the old hospital. So, you know, we love this town. Pretty much what I'm going to say has been said. I think it's going to be said several times more, but I wrote this out, so I might as well say it. From the start of the process, our neighborhood was not impressed with the short notice for the Zoom meeting and the fact that it was a Zoom meeting when not all people have access to computers, etc., or not techie, and we do live in a neighborhood with a lot of elderly people. Put a pretty sour taste in our mouths. I speak only personally that I did feel that Justin Young was really leaning towards the developer's agenda. That is only my opinion. However, here we are, fighting to keep our neighborhood to remaining R1. Would the Woodland neighborhood like to see a home built on the said property and get rid of the existing house that rents out rooms? Absolutely, yes, we would. But redistricting to R7 is not the solution. Let's talk about bus stops and students. Otway Drive, which I call it Otway, it's actually 55th, is extremely busy with traffic, and that includes school bus stops and students walking to various schools. At peak times, this major route is extremely busy and often a raceway for many vehicles. A parking lot for a multi-use residential building will increase vehicle traffic in the area. Let's not forget that a parking lot for multi-use residential building will most likely be inadequate, therefore increasing street parking and traffic congestion. The residents of Woodlands purposely purchased homes in a developed neighborhood because they could see what the lay of the land was. This did not include any multi-unit residential buildings. The benefit of privacy that a single detached dwelling gives is why taxpayers choose our neighborhood. In terms of property values, homes located in areas with single detached dwellings tend to have a higher resale value than those located in mixed or multi-use zones. Single detached dwellings do have a target on its back. I understand the town wanting to achieve more affordable housing and community development, and with ongoing residential development, these goals can be achieved without changing the face of already established neighborhoods. If this application is approved, then not only does it open up the neighborhood to more applications for redistricting in the future, but all older established neighborhoods in Stony Plain. The town with the painted past becomes the town with the cemented future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? See none. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, the next registered speaker is Christian Schramm.
Thank you. If you can sign in your sheet and then introduce yourself and go ahead and speak.
I would just like to start off by saying good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you on giving us the chance to speak up and voice our concerns about our own town. My name is Christian Schramm, and I personally live on 47th Street where this land rezoning is being proposed. That being said, my opinion and my concerns I am voicing here today are coming from a person who will be deeply affected by this rezoning for years to come. Now, I can bring up all the concerns that everyone has brought up already, like parking, noise, traffic, speed, privacy, theft, property value, snow removal, height restrictions, Zoom calls, and everything else that has been spoken about. But I'd like to take a different approach. I look around this room and I see a lot of good, genuine people coming from older generations. I know for a fact that 47th Street, like a majority of homes in Stony Plain, is occupied by elderly or older people. These people take pride in the history and culture Stony Plain has built up over the years. This history comes from these people's families, generation after generation. History is the point I would like to focus on today. I know I'm the youngest homeowner on 47th Street. I also know I'm probably the loudest and stick out like a sore thumb. That being said, this house I own today was my great-grandparents'. They built the house in 1990, and my whole life I've known 47th Street. I've known it as a quiet, peaceful, beautiful street of good, genuine people that care about their community, their neighbors, their family, and of course, their gardens. I've been raised my whole life with these values imprinted so heavily on me, and even though I'm the youngest and the loudest, I still believe in these values, like getting to know my neighbors, helping my community, and showing my neighbors the respect and dignity that they show me. Now I'd like to take a moment to speak about my history in the town. Selfish as it is, I think it relates deeply to this matter. Like I said earlier, my name is Christian Schramm. I'm the last generation of 7 within this town. My ancestor, Jacob Schramm, who is celebrated forever in the mural right outside these front doors, was one of Stony Plain's first settlers in 1892. He was Stony Plain's first blacksmith and settled on our farm that is Stony's original town site. Also around the time of 1892, when John McDonald was trying to name the original post office for Stony, he is quoted by saying, "Only bachelors live in Spruce Grove and area. The place he wants to call Stony Plain was full of families." That means something to me. It tells me Stony from the beginning was built on good values of family, and I would like to think it still does. So how can we sit back and try to cram 5 families onto one property and still uphold that value? Stony's history and values mean so much to me my whole life, and I am proud when I say Stony Plain, born and raised. I am proud of the idea of keeping my family's name going in Stony Plain. I am proud of what Stony's become over the years. I will always tell people to move to Stony. With people moving to Stony comes change. But is this the change we're looking for? To put up more duplexes and multi-living buildings right in the middle of Stony? Stony has always bragged about being unique, and that shows with its murals and history. This rezoning in the middle of Stony is not unique. This is not why my family's always picked Stony Plain. Anyone can go get a duplex or multi-living situation in Spruce Grove, Edmonton, or any city. Stony Plain is not any city. Myself, like everyone here, has no issues with doing something with that property, to renovate it, fix it up. No one here is saying don't change and don't do anything with it, but a multi-living situation is not the right choice. If these builders have the same values I just spoke of, they'd be wanting to build a nice, newer home for a family on that property, just like so many people have done with properties in Central Stony. There is new houses on 47th Street with that new people. This has never been an issue, but to drastically change and force this type of living on these good people of Stony is not the right call. Why are we so focused on building up and not out? There is a reason people are moving to Stony. It is to get away from the city life, the chaotic lifestyle, to have peace and safety at home, and simply have ease of parking after a long day's work, to have room and privacy around their house. Why would we want to sacrifice this so brothers can make as much money off as much renters in one place? I truly believe you guys will make the right call. I want you guys to look around this room and see how many people wanted to come out and speak about this, to see all the names on the petition, to see how many people will be negatively affected by this. That is why I'm here, stating my opinion to help you guys make the right call. Thank you again. And on that note, I've made some notes while you guys were all talking. The builder himself said quiet and safe neighborhood. Does this fit with a quiet and safe neighborhood? Said multiple times how it fits in the guidelines, but not within the people and the community. And I would like to say, from my own experience, I am 23 years old. Yes, I have rented. I've rented many years. But I put in the time, the work, and dedicated myself to buy a nice, quiet home away from these areas. I worked and put in the time to get away from those areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Christian. And members of the council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Nope, see none. Just one question. During the parade, how many times did you get honked?
Too many to remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Administration, anybody else has registered to speak?
Through your worship, the next registered speaker is Leanne Schramm.
Good evening. And again, the drill is to sign the sign-in sheet and then introduce yourself before you start, Leanne.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you all hear me? Is that get closer? Oh, you're right. I do need to get close with that.
Just speak directly into the mic, it's better.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone, and hello to you all. My name is Leanne Schramm-White, and like my son just stated, our family has grown roots and settled in Stony Plain for over 100 years. Like Mayor Choi and other council members, our forefathers immigrated to make a better life for themselves and for future generations. Do we want the town to grow? Yes. Do we want what is right for all society members? Yes. If I say the word businessman to you, what do they look like in your mind? What do they sound like in your mind? Are they meek and mild? Or do they command your attention and presence? What happens to that businessman when they're challenged? Does this tight-knit, elderly, respectful community idly stand by? Regardless, there needs to be respect, integrity, and dignity for everyone involved. On the Stony Plain website, under the leadership principles, it is stated that the council members will embrace public trust and embrace responsibility with humility and respect. So I want to actually take a minute and thank you all personally. Thank you for representing our unique little town and supporting the vision statements that belong or that believe in a strong, vibrant community where we respect our heritage, we embrace the present, and we're excited about that future. As noticed on Census Canada, Stony Plain has an estimated 18,000 residents, a lot more than when I was a kid, and half are 55 or over. And 3 key themes speak loudly on that website. One is to live, play, and work. First theme, live. So the residents of this street are dedicated elderly taxpayers who have opted to construct a personal dwelling in an appropriate neighborhood where they can reside, they can retire, and they can relax with fellow neighbors. The second theme is Stony Plain has a variety, is to play, sorry. Stony Plain has a variety of parks, programs, and pleasurable events to partake in. Along with many events that take place, this street has evolved over time to create a secure, quiet, and considerate environment where everyone watches out for each other without allowing anyone to exploit it. And the third theme is work. As the Stony Plain website claims, the purpose of zoning is to ensure that land use is compatible with surrounding use and adjacent development. So please help me understand how this application for a multiplex unit in a single dwelling neighborhood is compatible with the community's residents. With all due respect, who makes that decision if it's compatible? Businessmen? Because all the evidence provided here is showing me and telling me that it is incompatible with the residents. And according to the Stony Plain Council mission statements, it states, "We will maintain a strong sense of community while embracing opportunity for growth that enhances our quality of life." Yes, embrace that opportunity. Bring in new community members, new growth, new hope. However, this area does not seem like the right area for the multi-unit property. Suppose I'm comprehending it properly and enhancing the neighborhood's quality of life as part of the mission statement. In that case, it may be suggested for some to just reflect on their alignment with the town's mission statement versus their own personal interest or gains. So once again, Council, I want to express my gratitude for your dedication. Your time and service to our town is commendable. Your commitment is truly appreciated. And I want to share with you a quote that resonated with me by Margaret Wheatley, saying, "There's no power for change greater than a community that discovering what it cares about." So to end, I ask you to consider what you care about. Does what you value and believe align with your role as a council member? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? See none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, the next registered speaker is Shirley Jew.
Okay, Shirley Jew.
At the back, they're waving that she's left. She may return, so maybe we'll go to the next registered speaker.
Go ahead.
The next registered speaker is Troy Murray.
Troy Murray. Good evening. Yes, thank you. I've said enough times, everybody's just signing up and then
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. My fellow residents and I are of, it seems, one opinion about a variety of subjects in regards to this new development. I've lived all over Canada in the course of my life, and I've been in resident of Parkland County for the last 20 years, Stony Plain for the last 10. I live down the street from the proposed development, and my primary concern is, as they said in their Zoom call, 1.5 parking stalls per unit. I don't know anybody that drives half a car. Ultimately, the idea of this on-street parking being the overflow has got my wife and myself very concerned, as well as when we started the petition to talk to our fellow residents about what else is concerning us. The parking on 55th there isn't any. Ultimately, when they go and they redevelop this, it's going to end up causing even more of a problem coming off of 779, headed east on what I refer to as Oatway. Ultimately, I think that's going to cause a safety concern because there's a bus stop right beside where this housing development is proposed. And I watched my kids drive or walk across that street numerous times and almost get hit just because people aren't aware of what's going on. Added visibility, or take away the visibility of the extra vehicles sitting there and people aren't aware of what's going on around them because they're talking on their phones or whatever else is going on, they're in a hurry, and all of a sudden it becomes even more of a safety hazard. My son actually took a video for me today of my wife's car parked on the southeast corner of that intersection, and he tried to cross the street and he almost got run over 3 times just because the light turned as he was trying to do it. I don't feel it's a safe location for this proposed development. You throw in the extra people that are going to come into that area with friends, family, neighbors visiting. They take up all the extra parking. And then you add in the people that are now residing there. They're bringing in more foot traffic. And now we have to deal with the potential break-ins and thefts that we've had to deal with occasionally in our neighborhood as well. I don't feel this is a proposal that should be taken in that location. I agree that house is not the greatest looking place. Something needs to be done with it. I don't feel that a 5-unit complex is going to work for that location in favor of the other residents in that area. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation and appreciate your time. Members of council, any questions for clear and understanding? Okay. Just one question. You said your son sent you a video of your wife parking the car on 55th and then trying to cross across 55th.
Yes.
Okay. And is that by the mailbox on the north side or the south side?
No, he was on trying to cross 47th Street from south to north, cross at 47th Street from south to north, and my wife was parked across the street from the proposed development on the the northwest corner. So traffic coming from the west side headed east was what was impeding him, and I know the bus stop is right at that location as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. The administration, has anybody else signed up to speak?
Through your worship, the last registered speaker is Deanna Hagan.
Okay, thank you. Deanna. Good evening. And again, if you can just sign in and then just introduce yourself and you can start.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I hope move this down so I'm not trying to reach. I did have something written out, but I notice a lot of the risk of going last. A lot of the things have been said already, so in sake of time, please bear with me. I'm going to try paraphrase and not just read what I have. I'm not in favor of the proposal. My name is Deanna Hagan. I live in Woodland Downs, just down from the proposed rezoning. A little bit about me. My husband and I moved here a year and a half ago. We've owned and built houses in Edmonton and around Edmonton. We have single-family dwelling rentals in Edmonton as well as landlords.
we built 2 houses in a neighborhood on the west end of Edmonton since 2005. And with their current development plan for the city of combining multi, medium, and high-density buildings in our current single-family homes is actually what drove us out of Edmonton and moved to Stony Plain. I grew up in Whitecourt, Alberta, so I'm a long-term Alberta girl. And I have to say, when we had noticed, I know it's already been said already, but notice for the community engagement, and I applaud the worship and council for creating that step where applicants have to do a community engagement before they can put in an application so that the residents and the public can speak and have enough notice to do so, and that they're aware of the situation of what's happening before it's too late to be able to voice those concerns or be aware of it. My concern was it was postmarked for Friday, and the meeting was on a Wednesday, so there was no time for us to prepare to let our neighbors know, or others that did not receive notices, and some received them after the fact. That said, the reason I bring it up, because I really question the integrity of the developer and the owner in this situation, because I do feel, in my opinion, that this was not done in good faith. This was done to check off a box in order to move on to the next step for submitting an application. To that point, my husband and I, when we bought this residence in Woodlands, we're looking at putting a significant amount of money, and already have, in renovating the property. And given the Old Town redevelopment plan that I've come to learn, I'm very concerned the precedents that this application may set, not only for this location, but when I look at the map and the proposal to have potentially more rezoning on corners going down Oatway in Old Stony, I get very concerned. Like my neighbors, we moved here for the small town Stony Plain charm, lots of community events to get out of the rat race of the city. And we love our community, and we would like to keep the integrity of the community. I also, sorry, I'm just going through so I'm not repeating. Councillor Pacheco, which was echoed by Councillor Anderson, had mentioned in the first reading on April 24th, I quote, "Is this a good fit for the community, or is this a good fit for the developer?" I believe, I'll answer that. In my opinion, I believe it's a good fit for the developer. And as my neighbors had mentioned, this is about math. A wise mentor once told me, hope is not a strategy. So when you buy a property and hope that it's going to get rezoned because it meets the guidelines, that's not a strategy. I commend them for wanting to develop medium density, affordable housing that has architectural charm within our community. I applaud that, because we do need to grow as a community, and it's the desire of the town also, economically, because of the fiscal reporting and the fiscal revenue that it generates. But I also believe that this is not the right place for this multi-dwelling. I do also want to make, I have a question, there's a lot of ifs surrounding this property. Once the property, if an application is approved, if this application is approved, who will manage the property after it is built? I also
I'm very concerned because, as we know, Stony Plain had the unfortunate experience with a development not being able to see through its full development and ended up being a vacant lot for a very long time. And I am concerned when I look at the numbers and look at the land titles of how much money or lack of money was put down on as a deposit and was subject to CMHA, CMHC, because we want to ensure there's obviously the money to do this development. I also recognize, as I hear tonight, they're already currently developing another property that they're in the middle of, so that to me is a concern, is the finances there. And of course, we're not privy to that, nor do I know if we are privy to that at any point. But I do want to bring it up as a concern. Bear with me. My fellow neighbors have already spoke to a number of these. Sorry, I'm just looking through so I don't repeat. All right, bear with me.
Yes, and if you're reading through your submission, it is actually included in our package, so council members had a chance to read all the submissions already.
Excellent. I believe these are all that I have, except for one thing. There was a mention of gentle redevelopment, and I believe it was from the development supervisor in the transition policy and intention. I do have concerns because the language I'm hearing about what does low scale mean from a policy framework for infill development and density, certain density. When I hear language certain density and low scale, that is to be taken into consideration, those terms are very vague and they frighten me, to be quite honest with you. With these renovations, my husband and I, we love the town. We love what the town of Stony Plain is doing. We love that you do want to grow and provide more opportunities for inclusion, for diversity, but I submit to you that this is the right idea, it's the wrong location. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation, Mrs. Hagan. I'm curious, with your experience, when you say right idea, wrong location, I'm curious if there were, would there be any leeway in your mind besides a single detached house going in that location to replace what is currently there? Say it were 2 units, 3 units, something other than 5. Would that be agreeable to you? Or would you see that as potentially fitting in that area, or?
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. In my mind, a single family, this is only my opinion, but a single family dwelling with the opportunity to have a legal secondary suite or a garden suite, I think would be appropriate because it does not change the integrity of the community. The parking situation would be reasonable. The infrastructure garden of the recycle bins, it's just scaled down so much more. I think that would be appropriate in my mind, because not only having a secondary suite or a garden suite for families and that opportunity, it has less of an impact, but it also may afford a family the opportunity to afford to live in their own and own their own home with a property to have income. So in my opinion, something low scale, again, there we go with that word, because we don't actually know what that means, would be appropriate in my mind.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? No. I think you asked one question about what if it gets rezoned, or even if it doesn't get rezoned and there's development happening there, who monitors it? Then actually it is our community standards bylaw and our planning. So if anything goes awry, definitely call that in, regardless if it's this property or any other property. And then there's a process that we go through to ensure that the standards are met. The town of Stony Plain is not in the process of making sure that developers do their job. It's on the developers to do their job, and if they're not, then we shut them down.
Thank you, Your Worship, for that clarification.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Through you to Ms. Hagan. I'm just curious if you could clarify. I thought I heard two different points of view, but one of those that I wanted to question is, am I hearing you say that you're for growing the town and you're for redevelopment? Is there anything other than a single-family home that you would see as acceptable on this lot?
Thank you, Council Hansard. Yes, I think, as I mentioned a few moments ago, that if we had a situation where a single-family dwelling had a secondary legal suite that was rentable for income, or a garden suite, perhaps a garage, would be acceptable because the impact would be low, and perhaps it would provide that income to families that would be able to own in the community where otherwise they would not.
One other question to this presenter, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
There are communities that are allowing a main dwelling with a basement suite and a rear garage detached with an apartment above. Is that acceptable on this lot?
Thank you, Council Hansard. In my opinion, and it's only my opinion, no, because now we're creating that impact again, that negative impact and charm to the community, and we're changing the integrity of the community, exactly what we're speaking of that I'm obviously we heard this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, greatly appreciated. And as I read through this package and as you're speaking right now, I get the nod in my neighborhood. I own residents in that neighborhood too as well, so I'm much like you. I have rental properties. I have some that I've done nothing with because I hear this in different times and stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, so the lot directly behind that lot, and we're asking for clarity, some questions here surrounding what you feel is adequate or not adequate. And as I read this, and maybe administration can correct me or somebody on council can correct me, but I believe the property directly behind that, the one facing the road where the doctor's office is zoned C3. C3 allows for a much larger building on a very much corner lot, right on an impact of driveway. So the difference, help me to understand how your thinking is. What is the difference between this one becoming a new style R7 lot opposed to a C3 that will allow for almost an apartment building on a lot that now heavily impacts the area? So if you could just help me to understand how that thinking is, and I think I've understood most of the people here today, but you relate to some things a little bit different, so I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity there.
Thank you, Councillor Pacheco. Just for clarity, can you please describe, because I am new to the community, again, where specifically you're referring to so that I am clear in my answer?
So the C3 zoning is the doctor's office, so we have the piece of property we're talking about on this corner. The doctor's office is right in front of that, which is zoned to C3. So same parallel, same roadway, same type of thing, only this one here can have a apartment complex basically built on it, which will then even more surround what you're talking about here, so.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor. I understand now. I think, with all due respect, we are looking at rezoning from R1 to R7, and this is already zoned to C3, so we have no say in what can or cannot go there. So I would be remiss to be able to comment on that because it's already been zoned C3. What I will say is there are other properties that are vacant, not far from there to the north, a couple of them that are already zoned for a multiplex or commercial. So in my opinion, I feel this is out of convenience for the developer and the owner versus something that's already there that they're able. So again, like I said, hope is not a strategy. So if they were hoping to build something to this size and scale, I would wonder why they didn't pick one of those lots. In a question in my mind, why would they not buy those lots as opposed to something that they're hoping to rezone that's in the middle of a residential area and that's already mature?
Thank you, I appreciate that aspect of it. That's kind of what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're putting me on the hot seat.
Sorry. We get put in the hot seat all the time.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, unless Ms. Ju has returned, no, there is not.
Okay, I do not see her.
Through your worship, we're not aware of that, but I believe there is an opportunity for the individual to speak, and we can look and make sure we get that as part of the package after the meeting.
Okay, so we do have a submission that's on our desk that did not make the package because the package goes out on Thursday. So if any submissions received after that is put on our desk and photocopied. So if that was the case, as you mentioned, you did Monday morning? Yeah, so that's last Monday? Okay, we'll have to double check with that. What is your name? Trace. I believe it is in the package.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm not sure of the exact page, but that is included in the package somewhere. I recognize the name. So.
Okay, actually, this is the opportunity that there's no more registered speakers, so I'll open the floor to anybody that'd like to speak against the proposed amendment that has something new to add to the conversation. Okay, so if it's something new, you can come in and sign in. Okay. Yep. And again, if you can sign in and introduce yourself to council, and you can go ahead and make your comments. Again, this is open for anything that's new that has not already been spoken.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I think if you just speak straight into the mic, we're good.
Yeah, I want to make sure the people behind can hear because throughout the evening were not able to hear those gentlemen or the builder or the owner. So that's very important. So my name is Deanna Ryan, and I am going to bring some new points, but I am going to reiterate other points because I am one of the people this is going to affect the most. And you need to hear what I have to say being a taxpayer. My family, like Schramm's, has been here for well over 100 years. My great-grandfather had the property right across from the high school. And my mom As a little girl, used to go to High Park, where the school is, and gather the cows. We have been here, like your family, they immigrated from Austria for a better life. And it has been a fantastic life here. I have lived in this block area my whole life, and I won't say my age because then that gives away too much, but I know that community and the area very well. Now, previously, I have lived in condos, and it took me 10 years to buy the current home I am in. And my home is right next to Dr. Fuchs. So this proposed building that the buyer or the owner and the builder want to put up will be right across from me in the back alley. And I have many concerns about this for various reasons, a lot like the ones people have mentioned. First of all, do you realize how narrow that back alley is? I don't think you people do. Only one vehicle can go down that back alley at a time, like one of the other gentlemen had mentioned. So if I am going out right next to the proposed build onto the road and someone's coming into Dr. Fuchs's office, we hit nose to nose. One of us has to back up. With this 5 units being built, you are going to have increased traffic. Who knows how many vehicles are going to be in each family? We don't know. It's not going to work. It is going to be a complete nightmare. I work 2 jobs, one full-time, one part-time. My full-time job is evenings. I'm supposed to be there right now. My other job is all hours of the day. Sometimes I leave at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where are company and friends going to park? I'll tell you this, if they're parked on my driveway behind my garage and I can't get out of my vehicle, who am I going to call? We have no peace officers at 3 o'clock in the morning that I'm aware of, unless someone can correct me on that. And I will not walk over to that building banging on doors asking someone to move their vehicle. And people, this will happen. And if you think, and this, I'm directing this to the builder and the owner, and if you think that the people that are going to move in there and their family and friends are going to park in Dr. Fuchs's parking lot, it's not going to happen. And I learned that the hard way because I had new shingles put on the roof of my garage, and the company that came parked in there without our knowledge. Well, he got a phone call in 2 minutes, get the heck off my property before I get your vehicle towed. There will be problems, people. And another thing that I have to say about that, this will be great for the town. It'll be great for you guys because you got another score. It'll be great for the builder and the owner. And you build it, get renters, walk away. But you know what, people? Who's left with this nightmare? 24 hours a day, every day of the week, and being forgotten about. Me and my neighbors. And it will be a problem. And with that problem, I will be holding any problem that comes up, I will be holding the builder, the owner, and the town responsible. And I don't like to have to do this, but I am very, very disappointed and upset. This will cause nothing but heartache. I can't even imagine what poor Tracy Barron is going to go through once that, if you pass this, is built next to her house. I take pride in my property. I take pride in my home. You will have, with that coming in, renter after renter after renter. Increased garbage, seagulls, crows flying around, creating havoc. How is that garbage truck going to pull into that property, back out, and turn around? How is that going to happen? He's going to be backing into fences, and the town will be held responsible, or the builder or the owner. So I hope and I pray that this isn't what's going to be happening in our neighborhood. I grew up there. I love it. I waited 10 years, but I didn't wait for something like that. Yes, I live next to a doctor, which is a business, and a hoarder on the next side. I knew that, and I accept that. Dr. Fuchs is going to be there a long time. Hoarder, I don't know. They're going to have to demolish that house. No one will buy that and use it. We will see what happens. But definitely, when that is already zoned for for single family, he knew that when he bought it. Who in their right mind buys a property when they know it's already zoned one way? There was pre-planning ahead there, and I'm very disappointed and not happy, and this will be our nightmare. But I thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate it, and I hope you people make the right decision for
Thank you.
our community.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Okay, seeing there's no questions for clarity and understanding, just want to address something about, do we know how wide the back alleys are? Yes, we do. It's a back alley, and it's only for one vehicle at a time, and you would have to move back and forth. It is not a local road, it's not a collector road, and it's not an arterial road. It is a back alley, and that is 100%, we know how wide it is. Okay, and, okay. So Tracy, we do have your submission on page 74, and it has everything that you sent in. Okay. Okay. Is anybody else in the chambers like to speak to council on against the proposed bylaw amendment that has something new to add to the conversation? No, it is public, so it is put in the public agenda, and it's available to everybody that wants to look at it. Okay, please. Okay, and then if you just sign up sheet there. Thank you. Go ahead.
Your Worship and councillors, my name is Tracy Barron. I actually live in the property right next door. Pretty much everybody has mentioned everything that was in my written submissions. The only thing that I would like to add is there was a mention that our property values would go down. Now, I actually did have a realtor come and assess my property, and there is an email put in my submission. Now, he advised me that normally under the usual circumstances, if this was not going in, this would be a woohoo moment because the price of my house has actually gone up substantially because it's a very desirable area. Now, he said, looking at the fact that that property next to me could potentially have a multi-unit complex, I'm looking at about approximately a $45,000 decrease in my property. Now, I don't know of any of you businessmen out there who would like to buy my property at a definite loss of $45,000, but I definitely did not buy that house with the intention of not making a dime in 5 years. I put a lot of work and a lot of money into my property, and I'm sorry, I do not want to take that loss. But I think everybody here needs to realize how much our properties are going to go down. And the only one that's going to benefit from it is the owner and the developer, and possibly the town with increased taxes. But I just want to put this with you, just because we can change it to an R7 doesn't necessarily mean we should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anyone else in chambers like to speak against the proposed bylaw amendment? That has something new to add? Okay. Something new? Yes. Okay, I think. Go ahead.
It's new, but it was brought up by Councilwoman Hansard, as well as someone else. And I want to be clear, in listening to everybody here and speaking solely for myself, this has nothing to do with NIMBYism. This has nothing to do with not in my backyard. Councilwoman Hansard, you asked someone else a question about what would be considered an appropriate use of that land. I have no problem with a single family, even a duplex, quite honestly. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with a multiplex. I want to be very clear. I'm not prejudiced against somebody that rents. You asked me some questions, Councilwoman, about have I ever rented before. No, I haven't ever rented before, but I worked my butt off to be where I am today. So I want to be very clear, because quite frankly, I found your question offensive. Okay. And having said that, this is not about NIMBYism in my mind, and I don't think in anyone else's mind either. I have been the recipient of a very warm welcome from my neighbors and my residents and people in the community in that tight little neighborhood. But I will say, and I truly believe that that everyone here would be just as welcoming to a single family or a duplex type scenario. But I think what people really are objecting to is the density and some of the other safety things that have been brought up. That may not have been 100% new, but I don't think I would have slept if I hadn't said it.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments again. Again, none of this was meant in an offensive way. It is asking questions of clarity and understanding, and that's what it is, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Anybody else has something new to add to the conversation? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing, which was open to all those that would make a general comment regarding the land use amendment. Anyone like to come forward to speak a general comment? Okay. One last call. All those like to wish to make a general comment on the proposed bylaw change? Yeah. Go ahead, Christian, again.
I just mean this I'm just curious, will you guys be voting about this bylaw tonight?
Yes, it is number 8 on our agenda, and it's the bylaws will be dealing probably after. I'll probably do a few more things. We'll have a break, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a general comment about the land use bylaw amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close that section. I'll ask the applicant if they'd like to address council on anything that they've heard. Okay. Okay. As applicant, I'm going to ask you to actually pitch the mic up a little higher and actually speak directly into the mic. And don't bother about looking at anybody else, just look into the mic.
Alrighty, will do. How's that?
No.
Is that all right?
No, that's better. Just get really close.
Really close?
Yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Alrighty. I did have some comments regarding the comments about traffic. But first off, I would like to say that it is definitely our intent as the owners and the developer during the entire time we own this project to be good neighbors to the people that are already there. We have both lived and grown up in this community. I've lived here my entire life, and I don't want to affect that now. Regarding traffic concerns that were brought up, I do have some information that was compiled by the town of Stony Plain in the traffic master plan in 2021. This was compiled in conjunction with the Old Town Community Plan and accounts for the densification outlined therein. According to this traffic master plan, the majority of the road network in Stony Plain has volume to capacity ratios of less than 0.8 at peak level of service under a stage 2 growth horizon, which accounts for a population of 30,000 people or a 50% growth, over a 50% growth from current population on a 25-year time horizon. For reference, traffic engineers consider a VC under 0.9 to be acceptable. Regarding the traffic light at the intersection on Oatway and 779, all the intersections in this area, including that one, will be a LOS level of service D or better, which is equivalent to a VC under 0.9, under the stage 2 growth, which is considered acceptable for Stony Plain. So that accounts for a significant increase in, or a 12,000 person increase in residents, and the existing infrastructure would be sufficient for that. In regards to the alley, this is a significant benefit of a corner lot, as the access to the property is directly off a collector road using a very small portion of the alley. Secondly, 8 houses on 47th Street are currently front access driveways. Only 3 are alley accesses. Now, this is just on 47th Street. Obviously, all the houses on 779 are alley accesses because there's no access to 779 directly from these houses. But that concludes my additional comments, closing comments.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to the development, and didn't attend the Zoom call or anything like that because that's more for the residents. But I'm just curious. I know it'll be more along the development permit stage. But what are the current planned formats of the suites? So you said there's 5 units within the suites. What's the breakdown in the number of bedrooms per suite in those suites?
Right. The planned breakdown. Now, this is if we go to a development permit. Obviously, right now is rezoning. But our planned setup is to have 1 3-bedroom apartment with 2 up to a main floor, an upstairs, and a basement. 2 basement suites that are just bachelor suites, 1 bedroom each, and 2 suites that are a main floor and an upstairs that have 2 bedrooms each. So in total, I think that's 9 bedrooms.
Okay, thank you. And then we heard a lot of questions from residents about why this lot versus the various other lots in the area that were available for sale. I just want to give you the opportunity if you'd like to expand upon that.
Yeah, absolutely. This lot was largely because it's a corner lot. The other 2 commercial lots that are available just down the road their only access is through the alley. And they're closer to the middle of the alleyway. So any accesses to and from these properties would be using a significant portion of the alley, as opposed to this one. It's bordering a collector road, and it uses a very small portion of the alley in order to access the parking lot that we have designated for this property.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for clarity? Thank you.
Actually, I did have one more comment, if that's all right. In regards to the waste management, it is on our other project that we have going in Stony Plain. It was a condition of the development permit that the waste was privately managed in a large single bin that was screened off and accessible from the alley by a side dump truck. I'm not sure whether that would be a condition of this development permit as well, but that is currently our expectation with this rezoning process.
Thank you. Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. You make reference to your other development that you have in town.
Yep.
Can you allude to where that development is and what stage it's at?
For sure. It is on 52nd Avenue, just across from the red, across 779 from the red on 52nd Avenue, about 3 doors down.
So is that development, and I believe I'm looking at it on page 106 of our package, is that development similar to what you're talking about putting on your new development that you're asking for rezoning on?
Very similar, yes, sir.
So on that development, is your parking is, I believe, off the back alley? And with that development, were you given approval for 1.5 vehicles or 2 vehicles? Or how do you equate, just to help me understand, how do you equate to 1.5 vehicles today in our community? And the reason I'm asking that is if you drive around our community, we're asked hundreds and hundreds of times about parking on your driveway. Well, I drive 2 big trucks. I don't park on my driveway every time. And I think that's a majority of when you drive around the community, there's a lot of that. So how do you get 1.5 pickups in a parking lot?
The 1.5 number is a development team number. It's part of the land use bylaw. It's provided by the development authority as a calculation based on the number of units that we're using. So we have 5 units. The 1.5 would be 7.5. So we round up to 8 parking lots on site.
Thank you.
Any more questions for clarity? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that ends the public hearing process. To administration, have we followed and adhered to section 216.4 and section 692 of the Municipal Government Act?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. With that, then we'll declare the public hearing closed. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, we do have an agenda that we'll come back to. This will be dealt with in the bylaws section, number 8 of our agenda. So we're going to take about a 15-minute recess, and we'll be back. Okay, welcome back to ladies and gentlemen, members of council, administration, those that are participating, watching through our live stream, and those that are in our gallery. The council has resumed, and we're going back with our agenda, number 6. We've had presentations, we have public hearings, so moving on to number 6, which is our adoption of council minutes. Okay, number 6 is the adoption of regular council minutes. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the May 23rd, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. You had opportunity to read those minutes. Any errors, omissions, or corrections, or just questions about what was recorded? See none, didn't see any errors as well, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 7 of our agenda, which is council boards committee minutes. So looking at 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council receive the council board and committee minutes for information this evening.
Okay. Thank you. So members of council, any questions to the council representatives or any errors that you've seen on those minutes? Seeing none. Maybe a question to Councillor Meyer on the, as a representative on the Stony Plain Public Library. Any update on, I think you mentioned about the golf tournament to support the Friends of the Library. Any update?
For starters, this Wednesday, the chair and myself and another board member will be meeting to hash out details regarding the golf tournament. It is, with the change in directors, we are hoping to get the new directors' support and opinion on the fundraising golf tournament. Not much to update in that regard. Hopefully, next meeting I will have more to fill you in on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. And earlier today we had public hearings for both bylaws, so we'll go into bylaw 8.1, which is the bylaw 2673 LUO/23 for Side Meadows Lot 3. Administration?
Administration has no further presentations and is happy to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, I know that was a little while ago, but any questions, comments for clarity and understanding from administration? Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, we heard tonight that the height restriction was originally placed on this property when it was a singular lot. I'm just curious, the reason that was given was to provide, I guess, a little bit of a step down or step up from the manufactured housing that was there. Was there a consideration at the point in time when these lots were subdivided for any changes to that height restriction? And if so, I would presume that those changes were not accepted at that time. I'm just looking to build a history here. That subdivision happened, and I just want to make sure there was no consideration of change at that time.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, at the time of the rezoning, there was when the rezoning took place, there was no idea of putting the limitation. That was put on place by the council at the time. So in terms of anything that has taken place since then, there has been talk of, removing the height restriction when appropriate or where appropriate. And really this redistrict or this land use bylaw amendment is kind of the, I guess, implementation of those ideas.
Okay, so again, just for clarity then, when these were subdivided, because the subdivision occurred after the restriction was in place, when these were subdivided, there was no request at that time for the height restriction to be removed.
That is correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Hansard, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, once again, I find myself in the position of being a little bit of a historian on council. This subdivision, when 3 lots were created out of 1 large lot, that was a challenge brought forward by there was something that the owner, the developer, did not like. And so we ended up going to a municipal government board hearing. I attended that hearing with Matthew Claus and one other person from planning and infrastructure. And at one point, it was very apparent that we basically were giving the developer what he wanted, but he didn't seem to understand that. There was no discussion about changing height or anything at that time. It was all about whether or not the subdivision could take place, and indeed, he was given what he wanted.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Okay, again, questions for clarity and understanding to administration. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some questions around, coming back to my question about the 25 meters. When I flip through our land use bylaw, starting with our R1 zone, we have 12 meters, R2 12, R3 8, and so on. And then we jump from 12 to 25, which for me seems like a significant jump when we're talking about one building within our municipality that is over about 16 meters. So a couple of questions, maybe just some commentary on why we went to 25 meters. To me, it just seems like a significant jump. I do understand that this has come through council, and we've seen this before, but obviously the application of this, really highlighted that for me. So just looking for some commentary on why 25 meters in R8.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, at the time when we redid the land use bylaw, we looked at a variety of different buildings, different zones. We were trying to standardize. At the time, a lot of our height limitations were based on stories and not absolute meters. So I know there was an exercise by which we looked at, different commercial buildings, industrial buildings, and tried to look at what a story, or even residential, what a story ended up being. We wanted to also be fairly liberal or fairly flexible in terms of what we wanted and to allow. We also wanted to not have any non-conformance, so we wanted to make sure that we were exceeding that. Another aspect was that the building height originally was based upon or measured at the, I believe is like kind of the base of the roof line. So to ensure that any buildings that had a steeped roof would be conforming, we ensured that we are on the upper level of that. Another thing that was going on at the time was under the building code, you couldn't build anything above 4 stories of wood frame. Recently, in the last 5 to 7 years ago, I believe, there was a change in the code that allowed us to go up to 6 stories. So we were kind of enabling that. And at the time with the B&G Manor just recently done, I believe that's where we actually kind of looked at, we wanted to make sure we could at least build that in other areas because that was a reasonable building at the time.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, continue, yep. Thank you. So again, my concern is the 25 meters. I don't have a concern with a 4-story, seniors living sort of accommodation. Within our community, we see everything from 12 or 13 up to 16 meters. But, understanding this is a zoning application, we really don't have any mechanism, if the builder decided to put in, a 6 or 7-story building on that particular lot. And so, I've kind of gone through all of our different zones and that sort of thing. Is there another zone that maybe I've missed where, we could permit a variance or something to that 15 or 16 meters as opposed to increasing it all the way to 25 meters?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, not specifically, again, all of the zones R1 through R7 have the 12 meters and the R8 being the 25. So it could be something that could be amended as part of this application, but again, ultimately, there's no specific custom zone or an existing zone that would allow for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Great lead into where I wanted to go, Councillor Anderson. So as I read through the package, I only seen the two. But what comes to mind is to do what they're asking would simply require a variance. Can you speak to the variance that's required to get them the height that they need?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, we don't have a current application in front of us that would demonstrate what specific relaxation to the land use bylaw we would have to give. It is possible to vary height. The Development Authority has that ability within this land use bylaw. It is possible to vary height within the land use bylaw. So yes, that, you know, to answer your question, is possible to be varied within the current zoning. However, whether or not a variance would be granted would be very much dependent on the application. It's clear that the districting specifically intends to limit height for the area. So that decision would have to be very specific and application dependent. As they're proposing 4 stories, it could potentially fit within existing districting. However, you know, they're looking for flexibility in design, and the details of the application are still to come.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So I still sit here a bit perplexed because we're going from 1 to almost double. And it's not something that I've seen anywhere within our community. So thinking out loud a little bit, and you can help me understand this a little bit better, would not it be easier for a variance to come forward so that we would understand whether it was a 4-story or a 5-story or a 10-story? And having that variance, I guess there's a couple of options. If they made that application, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they could make that application to administration, to planning. If it fits within the variance guidelines, they're probably going to get the approval. If it doesn't, they can always appeal it, and it can go to SDAB, and then they could come back for that. I get we're trying to skip a step in this thing, but I just find it really odd that we go from 11.5 meters to the 25 meters. So is there a way, even here tonight, that, you know, we've heard the 4-story high? Is that 17 meters? And is that something that we could put a cap on through an amended motion or something like that?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, it is possible for you to make a motion to change the prescribed height. Our recommendation is that the original height restriction was placed on the entire lot in order to, you know, ensure compatibility with adjacent land use, specifically to the west. It's our opinion that Lot 3 no longer requires this limitation. The objectives of that height limitation have been met, and we can remove the restriction and move to the regular R8 height.
Thank you.
Councillor Hansford?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, this is the part of the meeting where I get to make a few comments. And I must say that if this was an apartment building for all ages, it really would make better sense to me. But some of the points made by the developer representatives is that it will be seniors, and there was, at least in the package, reference to walkability and closeness to amenities, and I'm sorry I don't see that in this location. So if we're trying to develop something, why not just ask to build an apartment building? To label it seniors, I think many people think that's going to automatically get a nod, yes, when in fact, for this counselor, it poses a bit of a dilemma. There are no amenities out there. And when seniors, not on that road, there's not a lot of commercial. There's trails, but it's not really that close to anything, not terribly far from the hospital. But if it's for seniors and seniors lose their mobility, it might as well be in another community for them, because they're still going to have to call cabs and get rides and so forth. So I don't find that a selling point. I was trying to picture this. A 4-story building on that corner wouldn't be so bad. But if it was indeed it stretched and made into a 5 or 6-story building, it just doesn't seem like it fits there at all. And unless there's, it just seems like they ought to be coming back, or somebody ought to come back to council and ask about that going to be higher, if that's indeed their intention. I do realize we're talking about land use, but everybody wants to know what's going to be built there. And we're even told a seniors apartment building. Now flesh that out and it takes on a little bit different picture. I'm not saying I would vote against it. I just find the rationale for it to be a bit perplexing.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding from administration? And clarity, understanding? Okay, seeing none, Councilor Laurie, I ask you to make a motion for second reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give second reading to Bylaw 2673/LUO/23 to amend Land Use Bylaw 2671/LUO/23.
Okay, thank you. So with the motion on the floor, we can debate it, we can provide comments, and we can ask questions for administration or clarity, and you can just provide your commentary as well. Members of council? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a comment. I struggle, as we've heard in other public hearings, residents who buy into a location thinking they're, and having researched what could potentially go in and affect their neighborhoods, and then lo and behold, down the road, things change, and they're looking at a different situation that they thought that they had covered their bases. So I'm just that comment. I'm concerned that once again we are changing people's expectations after they've already moved in.
Okay, questions, comments, and debate. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Well, I kind of hear where you're coming from, Councillor Meyer. At the same time, I think about it this way. For our community to grow, we need to have people coming to our community to look at the opportunities. And the opportunities are created by what council has created as development plans for our community. So having the development plans for a community put forward, which basically speak to what we're allowing or not allowing, gives the developers the opportunity to buy properties that they think will fit within those guidelines. And if they believe it fits within their guidelines, I think it's a great thing that they take the opportunity to come and sit before council. What's important for council is to decide whether it truly fits within our community or not, and then we need to see what route we've provided for that developer. And I think one of the things that comes to mind for this development is, I think Councillor Hanser just saying that, it's for seniors. I don't see this as a seniors-friendly piece of property, but that's not for me to choose. What I have to choose is whether it's part of our community that the developer feels is what he wants to develop for. Now, does it fit within our development plans? And, that's some of the things that we truly have to consider when we're sitting at this table is what is developable through our plans and allowable. When I look at this plan, it's not a bad plan. Does it fit for my area? Maybe not, maybe does. I haven't quite decided that decision yet tonight, and I'm kind of waiting to hear all the rest of council's, to help me decide that thing. But one of the things I clearly look at on this development is the amount of road problem that could be created there. So my question to administration is, what traffic impact assessment has been done for that single lane road that will become a double lane at some point in time in the future to handle this amount of traffic coming off the corner on a very busy day? And I will relate to between 7:30 in the morning and 11 o'clock in the morning and about 3:30 in the afternoon and 6:30 at night. Been down that road a number of times. I've had a multitude of residents call me about the traffic that is backed up coming off of Highway 16A at those 2 times a day. So it's one of the things that kind of sticks in my mind right now is we're going to create 2 driveways off a road that is a single road without a turn into that place. Now, if we were to create a turnoff into that road, so there's a few questions that I've got in here. If we were to create a turnoff on that road that would allow for people to turn and basically be able to turn into that property, who now owns that road? Who is responsible for creating that road? And how do we make it so that our people in our community can continue to move within our community at the pace that they're used to today without boggling that corner?
Through your worship to Councillor Palechko, I'll do what I can with the several questions that were kind of in that one. I think one of the important considerations is that it's actually a major collector road standard that only has 2 lanes built at this point in time. So I guess I'd say there's potential to increase the side or the capacity within that road based on the current cross-section that exists right now. I'm not aware of any specific TIA in my time here that's been done to look at that. I know when the transportation master plan was done just prior to 2020, they did look at all the roads, and as was randomly mentioned here in the by the other developer here, all of our roads were designed to function fine in the next 30 years or 25 years based on a larger population. So I don't know if there's a constraint based on the current road or what could be built there if necessary in the future. Again, the access to this site, the larger Sun Meadows area, the 3 lots, the intention there was to be able to disperse this off of 3 roads, being Sun Meadows Close, the access for Lot 2, and then an access right across from Jutland Ridge Crescent there, to be able to disperse that a little more uniformly onto 44th Avenue, which is typical for a collector road that has local roads on it, and then eventually goes into an arterial road such as Veterans Boulevard. So I don't know if I answered everything, but I'll leave it at that for now.
So you did a pretty good job of what I've asked. So I just want, if I could, just a tiny bit further. Is there any way that we could, if this was to be approved, is there any way with that road that is in there? My major concern is the safety of what's going to happen there. You're going to have people wanting to turn out, and you're going to want people crossing and turning to go out that road. So now we have just created a huge safety issue within that region. Is there any way with the existing infrastructure that we have there today to make that a one-way out? So basically, if you're coming off of Veterans Boulevard and you're going to turn right to be able to go in, to leave that complex, you're going to have to turn right to go out of the out that way.
Your worship, to the Councillor Palechko, thanks for the questions. With respect to the transportation requirements and the concerns around traffic, I would like to just add some points to the manager of planning's comments on the TIA requirements, and also the supervisor. So part of what we're talking about tonight is a big part of what we're talking about tonight is the rezoning of the location. So some of the details that we're getting into, broadly speaking, are details that we go through when we have engineering applications in front of us and drawings, and those questions come out during that process. So just for the purposes of this right now, that's where we're at. But to expand on your question and to talk broadly speaking, those are things that our staff are looking at when we're going through these proposals with the developers. So when we're talking about traffic movements and traffic flows and how they interface with our main roads, Safety is a paramount concern, turning movements and otherwise, as well as pedestrian movements. So we do look at that with the developer and make sure that those are going to fit within our expectations for future use in and around the area. The difficulty of giving an affirmative answer to your very good questions tonight is that we need to see going past this process to get to those, and we do look at those as we go through with the developer.
Well, I appreciate what you just said. That's great for me because I understand that, and I've sat at this table and heard that a number of times. It's the 150 people that are online or 200 people that are online today that don't understand that there's another process that we go through. Yes, we sit here and we approve the rezoning, which is the simple portion of it. But then there's the next phases of it that become the question. And I've had multitude of people ask me that question. What do we do with the road system? So to help them understand what that road system is, I appreciate your answer by saying we go through a multitude of things to assess that afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, listening to the concerns that I've heard, I don't know if I'm as concerned as others. Fortunate enough, I do travel this road very, very frequently, typically multiple times a day, and it is a heavily traveled road. Boundary Road Veterans Boulevard, oh my goodness. See, they did it, now I'm doing it. Veterans Boulevard with the double turning lane coming off of Highway 16A. It is a very prominent entry to the community. That right turn onto 44th Avenue is very busy. I often thought that even once Veterans Boulevard was done, that a turning lane should have been put in there at that point in time, and it wasn't. But I see this project as progress forward into further justification on actually widening 44th. I see this as an opportunity to have some levies in that would help us contribute to that as well. I like the idea of, I think you said, a dedicated right turn in only off Veterans Boulevard. I think that's a fantastic idea for this property, and hopefully that's something that's considered. One of the other considerations that I'm hoping is going to be something that'll be explored is the potential for a connection to that private road currently in the commercial development, because I do believe that would be a great opportunity for access. But because it's not a town-owned road, we don't really have any jurisdiction or authority on that. So that would have to be an agreement with the private developer, who I think would likely be amicable to something like that. I'm not so hung up on the idea of, for seniors. If you read the specific letter from ISL to the residents, it actually refers to it as for adults and seniors housing. So it's not just specific to seniors in that. I do look. It's less than 1.5 kilometers from all of the amenities in that entire South Business Park area. So anything and everything that you can need, basically between Golf Course Road and 44th, it's less than 1.5 kilometers from all of that. So our trail network in there, our sidewalk network in there, our transportation system that we now have with our on-demand transit, provides, I think, great opportunity. I like the way that this now lays this property out. In that it steps it down. So you have a very busy road in Veterans Boulevard, which this unit would now actually help act as a sound barrier in between the 12 plexes and then further on the manufactured homes that are there. This to me would actually provide a buffer for those from the traffic noise that is currently generated and will continue to be generated on Veterans Boulevard as that road gets busier. It also does provide for a nice gradual step back. As was noted earlier, the current 12 plexes that are being built, or townhomes, however they're referred to, they're being built, they are right at the maximum of 11.5 meters as it sits today. And so, this building, while they say up to 25 meters in height, even if it is 25 meters in height, I think provides a pretty gradual step back. I'm highly supportive of this motion. It helps us achieve many of the things that we're looking for in our community. Last governance priorities meeting, we just got an update on our housing strategy and some of the needs that we have in our municipality. And to me, this just takes us further down the road of meeting those needs. As we've heard on our other public hearing that we're going to be debating here coming soon, this is in an area that is not really developed yet. And so the impact to existing residents is relatively minor. I'd be curious to know how many people currently in the Sun Meadow subdivision would have even realized that there was a height restriction on the lots that existed there today. When I looked through the 6 oppositions that were noted in the letter from the developer's representative, the opposition comments were similar to, or were along the lines of, this location should be turned into green space. So it wouldn't matter what we were looking to develop on this, that individual objection would be because they want more green space in the area. It's not anything to do with that this is going from an 11.5 to a 25 meter variance in respect to R8 that's already approved in that zoning. It talks about a larger lot needed. I'm not 100% sure I'm understanding that, and maybe this will take it a little bit out of context, but the larger the lot, the larger the building. We have specific requirements of what the maximum amount of coverage of a lot is, and in R8, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's probably between about 50 and 60% of the lot for coverage. So a larger lot would just mean a larger building. It talks about this variance shouldn't be approved because of the sound from the highway or the railroad. But again, anybody moving into this building would be very apparent that the highway and the railroad are there, and they would be making that decision. And then the last one that I'll reference is rentals or condos. Again, has no bearing. So the objections that we're seeing that have come through this don't even really resonate and are relevant to the actual variance itself. So this tells me there's very little opposition to that. I also refer to our Planning Advisory Committee meeting minutes that are in here, and our Planning Advisory Committee is actually very supportive of this, and I can't find the exact quote here right now, but essentially they see no issues with it, and that's a public board of 5 residents of our community, or 4 residents. How many are on there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we had 2 absent, that's why. So we had 5 residents of our community on there. There were 3 present at that meeting, and they're all supportive of it as well. So I'm very supportive of this as it's put forward this evening, Your Worship, and I'll be voting in favor of it.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Any other questions, comments, and debates before I make my comments? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I can echo much of what has been said this evening. I can certainly appreciate Councilor Laurie's perspective on the project and not seeing any justification to deny the amendment as it has been requested. But I've also heard and personally feel that the 25-meter height for this particular block doesn't fit as proposed. As I look through the comparables that were provided by administration in the neighborhood of, I think we said 12 to 16 meters, those buildings are all 4 to 5 stories. And 9 meters, or what is that, 33% lower in terms of the overall height than what would be allowed with a 25-meter maximum. And so I don't know the right way to do this, but I have heard this evening that we can make an amendment. So I'm going to ask administration just to bear with me and walk me through if I'm on the wrong track here. I'm looking at page 11 of our agenda package. And this is specifically the amended bylaw as proposed this evening. We're going down to 2.2.0. And that's where block 3, specifically in this lot, has the removal of that 11.5 meter height limitation. Now, what I would like to move is that we limit this to the maximum height of the comparables that have been listed, with the exception of 3 Robins, which is 16 meters. And so what I would like it to read is that this block 3 would have that 16-meter height limitation. Now, I don't know how we word that with the figures and those sorts of things, because it references a figure with that block 3 being removed from the image.
Right, so Councilor Anderson, the motion was just to amend the height restriction to a amount.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we amend the height restriction on Plan 1822573, Block 1, Lot 3, to 16 meters.
Okay.
Your worship, if I may, just to allow staff, I believe the intent would be to put a height restriction of 16 meters, if I'll just clarify. So I'm just going to maybe allow staff, 60 seconds or 90 seconds just to concur of the way to make that change.
Okay. Well, we can have that conversation while staff is getting that to posted on the overhead. Okay, I appreciate your commentary, Councillor Anderson. However, I would not support your rationale behind that. You mentioned 3 Robins, and 3 Robins is 24 meters, not
Sorry,
16. So I'm not too sure if you want to reference 3 Robins, then that should be 24 meters, which is almost to the maximum height of 25 anyways.
No, and I appreciate that. So the motion was to increase it to the maximum of the comparable buildings with the exception of 3 Robins. So the next tallest building is at 16 meters. That was presented to us this evening by administration. And so I'm excluding 3 Robins because it's 7 stories. And I'm looking at the other comparables within our municipality that are 4 and 5 stories, which we heard this evening was 16 meters.
Okay, so you don't need to have any of that stuff in the behind. Just say you want that lot 3 to be restricted to 16 meters.
There it is.
Okay. Okay, the floor is open for debate on the amendment. To the amendment. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you. This question is for administration. I'm just looking for a tiny bit of clarification. When I read the R8 high-density residential district portion of it, am I understanding that traditionally it's 25 meters, but the exception to the rule was just strictly this lot 1, lot 2, lot 3? Is that what I read in this? So if we have an area that is R8 zone, it qualifies for 25 meters?
Through your worship, Councilor Presco, that is correct. The only R8 area that is districted in the town of Stony Plain that does not have a 25 meter maximum building height is these 3 lots in Sun Meadows.
Can I make a comment to that then? So, while I can appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Anderson, which was where I was coming from a little bit earlier, looking at this to me is a bit, it's not fair to the developer that we would allow an R8 in our area of that. I get at the time, maybe it was something that council seen fit to be able to do. But as we move forward, we have to make our community adaptable for the people that are coming, as well as the people that are here. And we're really not stepping outside of the box today by allowing an R8 with 25 meters. We do have a couple of buildings in downtown that are almost at that. So we already have that maximum portion of it. And I kind of, Councillor Laurie made a good point not that long ago when it comes to sound and noise. It may be a very good thing for that area to help stop that sound and noise coming into that residential area. So unless somebody on council or the wisdom of council can change my mind, I can't support that portion of just limiting the developer when we wouldn't probably limit another developer, and we haven't in the past. So,
thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any other comments, questions, debate? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll echo some of what Councillor Pletchko said there, and then again, I look at this as, what is the impact? What is the surrounding area? And, when we talked about it already, that, there's a portion of Sun Meadows with the 12 plexes that are already at the 11.5 meters that are directly adjacent. You do have a small portion of Jutland, if you want to consider going across the road. And then directly across the major roadway of Veterans Boulevard is commercial. And so I struggle to limit this outside of our R8 that we would allow anywhere else in town. And just on a very quick look on our GIS map of available lots that have R8, we've got Genesis, Westera, Somerville, Brickyard, 49th Ave, Meridian Heights, all areas in which an R8 of 25 meters could be developed tomorrow with an application being put into the town without requiring any type of variance. So I don't see a justification or a logic here as to why we would, simply increase from 11.5 to 16 and not allow it to go to 25. The other point that I'll bring up, as you mentioned, we do have one building in town that is essentially as close as possible to that limit, being the 3 Robbins building, right in the middle of downtown, that was constructed right around existing development, that is that tall, and within a stone's throw across the parking lot, has a bungalow right next to it. And I think if you speak to majority of residents in town, they're very happy with that building, they're very happy with the library, they're very happy with the construction, regardless of the size of it. Again, I think this is some of the challenges that we're going to face in moving forward is, we heard earlier a comment about why do we have to build up when we can build out. Yet I think all of us would be very familiar with the conversations about urban sprawl and about the RAMP program, the Regional Agricultural Master Plan that we have through the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, and the conservation and the efficient use of land. And so, this is one that I would not be supportive of this amendment. I feel that the 25 meters in the R8 that is part of our land use bylaw is appropriate and applicable in this situation.
Thank you. Any more comments in the debate before I make my comments before I go back to the mover? Okay. So Councilor Anderson, I will not support the motion, the amendment to the amendment. I believe this is going to add more red tape than what we already have. Originally, the R8 site does allow for 25 meters height, period. As mentioned, there are quite a few R8 sites within the town of Stony Plain, all eligible for 25-meter development, except for this one. When this one came forward as a rezoning, back in the days when Councillor Hansford and I sat together on council many, many years ago, this was actually scheduled to be a manufactured home subdivision. The entirety of this north and south of Sun Metals and Jutland Ridge. At that time, the developer sold, and the new developers wanted to come in to make it a more high-density area. Council at the time thought it was a good idea because it is close to the main collector roads. Veterans Boulevard, which was just upgraded, and Highway 44th Avenue, which is mentioned by administration that it is a main collector road that will be expanded to 4 lanes in the future. That is the reason why we rezoned it an R8 at that time. Putting the height restrictions on there was to kind of ease that transition phase from having modular homes to a full R8 site. As we've seen that the lot has been divided into 3 lots already, Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 3, having Lot 1 and 2 being developed at the 11.5 meters height with no issues in terms of access, transportation, etc. And then having the developer come and asking for this Lot 3 to be lifted so it can build to the full maximum of 25 meters. Looking at the map, that went out. The blue is the area that is required by the Municipal Government Act to access and to notify people. If Stony Plain actually stuck to that limit, very, very few people will be notified of this change. However, Stony Plain has chosen not to do that. We've actually tripled that requirement to be 300 meters instead of 90 meters, allowing a lot more people to have that access and information about we are changing this. Everybody in that area was in red, received a letter about the land use bylaw change. We didn't have any registrations today to speak, no letters that came in for positive or negative. We had a couple of comments when the developer had their open house. Again, preferably I was disappointed to see that this bylaw came in just for that one lot. Again, it causes confusion for developers, builders in our community that, we have R8, it should be R8, it should be standardized. Not certain areas have certain height limits and certain not, as mentioned by fellow councilors. Hopefully in the future, those Lot 1 and Lot 2 come back for that, because if we're going to have an R8 lot, they make it an R8 lot. Don't put stipulations on it because it adds more red tape. It's harder for developers to understand what's happening. You asked about different height restrictions. So definitely in terms of residential, from R1 to R7 is 12 meters and R8 is 25. The difference is because I think it fits the building pocket and what is required. If council wants to look at different heights for that property, it'd be a C1, C2, or C3. A C1 is 14 meters, a C2 is 20 meters, and a C3 is 25 meters. And that is commercial development, does allow some residential development. So Councillor Anderson, I cannot support the motion to amend because I believe in this is add a little more red tape to our builders and developers and trying to figure out is Stony Plain coherent in what we want trying to do. You have closing remarks, sir.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate all the conversation, and in fact don't dispute much of what has been shared in opposition to my motion. Sounds contradictory, but give me a second to explain. You know, we're jumping from 12 to 25. And we heard here this evening that even our 4- and 5-story buildings are higher than that 12-meter maximum. And so really, developers are obligated to apply for R8, which gives them that 25-meter maximum height. Yes, we do have one in that 3 Robbins building, I think right downtown. A lot of the research that I've done, and I know many of my colleagues have done, would suggest that downtown is a great place for those taller buildings and higher density developments. We're not talking right now about a downtown development. We're talking about a larger development that's kind of on the outside, or is on the outside of our municipality. We heard this evening concerns around traffic numbers. We heard this evening concerns around available amenities and what is actually close there in terms of additional commercial development. As we move forward, not just with this particular amendment, but when we come back to our land use bylaw, that's something I would like for us as council to have a conversation about. That I 100% agree we need to be consistent for developers, but is 25 meters the right height for our municipality? And so for this particular project, you know, the developer has that restriction in place already. We're looking to increase that based on all the information that's been presented to us this evening in terms of comparables. A 16-meter limit would suit what has been proposed by the developer in terms of a 4-story complex. One of my colleagues on council shared this evening that you know, we don't want to see this come in for information as 4-story, and then it's approved as R8, and all of a sudden we have a 6 or 7-story building going up on the corner there, which was not a part of the discussion. So I do agree we need to be consistent. I do agree that you know, developers need to be aware of what our standard is. I think my suggestion this evening is I'm not convinced that 25 meters is the right standard for us as R8, and my amendment speaks to this particular project until a time that we can have a larger discussion around our land use bylaw specific to the height restriction in the R8 zone.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson, and thank you for your motion to amend. I call the question. All those in favor of the amendment to restrict? Opposed? That's defeated. Okay, so back to the original motion. Any other questions, comments, and debates? Okay, I will summarize with my thoughts. Members of council, I will vote in favor of this motion. I believe this is the right thing to do as a council, and especially because of the location of the lot that we're talking about, rezoning. It is right on 2 major arterial roads, which is exactly where we want high-density residential development. Okay. And we talked about, I think we just had a motion to kind of restrict the height, and 25 meters is the maximum, but that's not the average. And do you know why that's not the average? Because we have other restrictions on the lot as well. Okay. If council can turn to page 38 of 135, it tells under the R8 district string, which already is R8, this is zone 4, has a minimum density, which is 40 dwelling units per hectare, but also has a lot coverage maximum of 50%. It doesn't matter if it's 11.5 meters, 25 meters, or 16 meters, the lot coverage is the lot coverage, period. They can't do any more than that. I think one councillor mentioned that if you get a bigger lot, well, then they can build it bigger because it's still 50% of the lot. If you double a lot, they can still build a larger lot. So we do have other conditions that prevent certain developments from happening because it still has to fit our land use bylaw, which is side yard setbacks, front and flankage yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, separation between buildings. They want to build more than one building. There's also lot coverage, storm drainage, and parking also affects how high they can build and what they can build. It's just not the fact that they can just build a 25-meter building and just leave it. They have to fit all the other land use restrictions that make sure that our community is well-suited and well-developed. What else we talked about? We talked about seniors and families living in there. I don't have a problem with seniors living in a facility. That will be not our choice, but the developer's choice based on market value and market take-up of the building. Right now, as one member of council mentioned, that there is only one commercial development there, and that is correct. But there's also 2 commercial lots there to the north that have not yet been developed, that will have services and amenities. There's also 1 commercial lot across the road on Veterans Boulevard that's already zoned commercial, that has the potential to provide amenities for the residents that live there. I mentioned there is an extensive trail system that walks behind Sun Meadows to access the 7-Eleven, the Tim Hortons, the daycare, and other amenities that are there as well. Right? A walkable community doesn't mean it has to be out your front yard. It means it has to be within a 15-minute walking distance so that you can access all the amenities without having a car. Does this location fit? To me, it looks like it does. There's potential for more commercial development. And what else? And I already said that kind of disappointed that this is only for 1 lot. I asked that question earlier because I want to be consistent with our land use bylaws. So hopefully in the future, when the redevelopment of this land comes back, that the new owners hopefully come in and apply for height restrictions to be limited so that they can match the full R8. Okay. And that's why I'm supporting it, so hopefully members of council will support it as well. Councillor Anderson, I asked you to make the motion. You can have closing comments if you like. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry, because I had Councillor Anderson for the other one. So Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no further closing comments. I think you made many of the points that I would have made anyways.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Councillor Hanson, motion for 3rd reading, please.
Your worship, I move that town council give 3rd reading to bylaw 2673 LUO 23.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, we had a good public hearing, we had a good presentation, and a very robust conversation and debate on 2nd reading. Anything to add for 3rd reading? Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make a comment. I think it's important that we have this process that sits before us today. And I'm glad that our developers take the opportunities to bring new ideas to town and to council. Without them, this town would stay stagnant and we would have very little growth and very little opportunity for our residents within our community to have alternate homes or lifestyles. So I think it's an important thing. Not always do we have to like what we see before us. Not always do we have to approve it, but we do need to hear it and we need to hear from everybody. And that's the other process that we have really good within our community that we've established is that we open the doors for debate from our people within our community. So we get to hear all aspects of it, whether it's just the developer or whether it's the local people. And that's important. Not always do people like what we decide, but we have to look at it from a basis of what's best for the community and all of the community. And I think that's what's really important is it's to move our community forward. And we have to look at the opportunities that get presented before us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Any other comments, statements, debate before I call the question? See none, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, moving on to bylaws 8.2, which is the bylaw for 2674 LUO/23. Administration, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. Administration has no further presentations. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. So, Members of Council, again, administration has already presented, so any questions for clarity and understanding before we accept the motion to go into debate and comments? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if administration has any information or details on any permits, et cetera, that would be pulled for improvements on homes along 47th Street between 55th Avenue and 54th Avenue, as well as any information on legal secondary suites in the same area. I'm just trying to get an idea as to essentially the level of redevelopment, if you want to call it, that's already happened along that stretch.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie, unfortunately, we don't have a comprehensive study of any additional suites or redevelopments that have taken place in that area.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding to administration before I move on to the motion?
When can we make comments, Mr. Mayor?
Right now, we're just asking for questions of clarity from the presentation that administration presented earlier.
Okay.
Councillor Peshko?
So I'm going to tap dance a little bit around what Councillor Laurie asked, because having lived on that neck of the woods, that should be fairly easy to tell us, because there's been a number of homes in there that have secondary suites. And I'm just wondering if there's any possible way, the development hasn't been that many years ago, and yeah, so it would be nice to know how much of that area actually has secondary suites.
Right, I think that could be answered, but if they're not approved secondary suites, we don't have that.
No, there's a number of them along there that back on, there's actually a few homes that were built specifically with secondary suites, so.
Okay. But we can come back to that later. I think as the R1 zoning allows secondary suites, so I'm not too concerned about how many there are or not, because it is allowed. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarity, a few times this evening, another lot that has already been rezoned, I would just like clarity about which lot that would be, and just clarity about what zoning it currently has. So from the discussion this evening, I'm thinking it's 5405 48th Street, but just from administration, I'd like to know if that is the right location.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer, I believe 2 lots which currently have C3 zoning already, they are not going through a rezoning process, have C3 zoning, were alluded to by some of the presenters today. They are at the top of 47th Street, at the northwest corner of 54 Avenue and 47th Street. The addresses are 5308 47th Street. The other address is 5306 47th Street.
Can we, is there any chance that we can get that on a map so I can just be, I'm working off a Google map here and those numbers don't quite work.
Okay, so I think Councillor Meyer asked about rezoning. We haven't rezoned any properties there in a while. The last time we rezoned a property is actually south of that, which is a medium density lot that is on the corner of that intersection. So,
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer, so these 2 lots here were the ones which I was just speaking about, which I believe were brought up tonight.
Okay.
Currently
Those are
C3.
the 2, they've already been rezoned Sorry, through you.
The current zoning is C3.
Okay, but nothing directly on the, between 55th and 54th?
Actually, if you go down south of that, please, there is a lot that has been rezoned right there, and it is a R7 lot. It's an R3, R4? Okay, whatever color that, so that's been rezoned a while ago, and that's the only one that's different.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding before I accept the motion? Councilor Paleckko.
I don't know if this is the right place or not, but I'll ask my question and you can tell me if it's a debatable question or not. So what I'm looking for is clarity on the page 107, 106, 105, and 103 makes references to other developments within the Old Town Development Plan that has similar homes on it. And I'm wondering if there has been any issues within those units so far.
Speak to some stuff from Old Town. Through your worship to Councillor Paleckko, yes, primarily those areas had C3 zoning, as we mentioned tonight. This would be the first R7 in town. But yes, similar developments have taken place, have been relatively successful. I'm not aware of any complaints or particular issues. And also, in particular, the development which this developer is currently building, has been fairly successful with the neighborhood. We've not received any complaints about the construction like they mentioned today. The neighborhood seems receptive.
Just one further question, if I could. Go ahead. Many times we were referenced in presentations of property devalue, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to any of that in those zones that now currently have similar projects.
Through your worship to Councillor Paleckko, property value is not something that we typically speculate on. There are a number of different factors that can affect it. It's simply not something that we take into account when we're considering a land use decision. We're looking for the technical, objective reasons why the site may be good for redevelopment and good for densification. And the factors of value increasing or decreasing is something that we leave to the market. It's not under the purview.
So just for clarification, the development that we're talking about fits into the Old Town structure plan. Anything else that we should be aware of that it fits into or why it would not fit into?
Through your worship to Councillor Paleckko, the current proposal fits virtually every layer of planning legislation that we have at the town. From the growth plan, which specifies density targets that we're looking for in town, through to our municipal development plan, which has this area as an area for transition, through down another level, more refined to the Old Town Community Plan, which specifies specific areas where infill development is acceptable or encouraged, provided certain contexts. This site and its suitability fit all of those plans particularly well.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And in terms of the area for the area of transition, it's on the our MDP, and it's on page 60 of 76 areas of transition, and it does signify and show where the areas of transition are in pink. Okay, any other questions for clarity before I go to the motion? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Paleckko, you're next. Make the motion, please, for second reading.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2674 LUO 23 to amend land use bylaw 2671 LUO 23.
Okay. Motion is accepted. It's on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, you had heard the presentations, you heard the public input session, and you heard some commentary around what we asked. Questions of clarity and understanding from both the presenters, the owners, and also administrative staff. The floor is open for questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. You realize you just hit the go button on that, right?
This is the time for the go button, yes.
Okay.
Go.
Well, I must tell you that I have mixed thoughts on this particular development. So I'm going to share with you the struggle that I've gone through, and I'm hoping that people will hear that some of these decisions are not just easy decisions. And no matter how it shakes out at the end, great thought, great care, and consideration is given to all of the ideas. I really want to commend all the residents who showed up tonight and shared their thoughts, concerns, and I just think it's really an important process. and especially that they stayed around to see what the outcome of all of that would be. So thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor, to all of our residents. I simply want to say that one of the best, the highest forms of neighborhood renewal is when somebody comes in and takes an old house and makes it new again, or takes down an old house and creates something new again. Because infill lots, as homes deteriorate over the years and get wiped off the face of the earth, we would have an awful lot of blank spaces in our community. And they're not nice, the yards don't get kept up, and it's a blight on the community. So I'm always grateful when someone shows up and wants to do something with a lot and give it a second chance for people to live there. I do understand why developers buy a lot and then want to put more than one residence on the property, unless they're going to build for themselves to live there, or a higher priced home that they might sell and actually make a profit on. In today's market, it's very hard to buy the lot, upgrade the services, and then build, especially at today's highly exaggerated building costs. It's a huge risk, and I know why they want to have more than one dwelling, because it does give them the promise, the assurance of a return that makes that risk worthwhile. However, people are often upset in a community because it's not what they want to see there. And somehow councils have to marry these two different factions so that we can all come out, not always winning, not always losing. If developers get turned away, we don't want them to go away forever. The answer might be not here, not now, not this. But we want you back. And we want to work through things. And it is worth trying again. And no, I don't have my mind made up even as I'm saying these things. I want to say that no matter what happens here tonight with this decision, enough people showed up and beautifully shared their thoughts and concerns that people will go away upset. Somebody's going to go away upset from this room. And possibly some counselors will go away upset that we couldn't make everybody happy. I do want to say, if it's not this lot, I know 8 other lots, 8 in this pretty immediate area that are also ripe for the picking. The resident arguments about this particular lot could also be raised on those. And then, so what do? We stop all neighborhood renewal, because the same arguments that defeat this could be used to defeat those. And should council decide to go ahead and pass it, the same arguments can be brought forward on another lot, and it might work there, and it might not work there. You see, a lot of it is about attitude, the developer attitude and the resident attitude in general, as we get our people to come to us and talk to us about their concerns. We can't find fault. We can't just bear with me. We can never find fault with people sharing their heartfelt concerns. But this town will grow. There used to be a time when councils of the day could halt that growth. Okotoks neighborhood community to the south decided one time to put a moratorium on growth, and it darn near killed their town. Businesses were coming to all the areas around them, but not them. Because nobody wants to come and build a London Drugs or a Costco or mom and pop shops and restaurants if the town is not willing to grow. So what we see happening is we make decisions and we have to live with those. It doesn't mean that people who leave unhappy or it wasn't worth showing up, whether it's the developer or the residents. I do want to make a comment about sometimes the renter aspect is thrown out. It wasn't bad here tonight, truly. The derogatory things we often hear about renters did not surface in a really bad way here tonight. Many of our residents have been renters before I have. In fact, my husband and I own a rather large home, and we're thinking in terms of freeing up our assets in that home and making our money fluid instead of having it tied up in a roof and siding and foundation and windows and all the things we have to do to keep that house up, and to go back to being renters. And I'll be a darn good renter when I become a renter again. We have a former mayor who is a renter. We've had councilors here who are renters. And what I'm trying to say is we have good people who are renters. They just don't have bank accounts, many of them, to prove their value to their neighbors in ownership of their homes. So I do want to say that when people come with concerns that their properties will be devalued, we heard one this evening referenced that a realtor gave an opinion. I want to stress I am a realtor. And you see, a realtor evaluation is merely that, one realtor's opinion. It doesn't mean that the statement that your property will be devalued is necessarily true, because you could sell your home to somebody wanting to put a multi-building on it and make a fortune. So it doesn't always hang true. I appreciate you letting me share my thoughts on this, and I simply want to say that we have to be open to growing our community. And under the guidelines that have been put down first by the Capital Region Board and EMRB and other agencies that followed, we aren't necessarily the final word, because we have been mandated to come up with certain densities in our community, and that is to cut down on sprawl. We aren't allowed to just continue to gobble up valuable farmland around us. We have to build denser, and we have to build up, and we have to make multi-units on many lots where we might really prefer to see them stay single family. But it's how we grow communities in these years of the 2020s and the 2030s and 2040s. If we don't, there will not be any way to sustain every foot, every kilometer of roadway and utilities and sidewalks and lighting that is put down requires councils and administrations and taxpayers of the future to pay forever for it, to maintain it, to clean the roads and remove snow and upkeep the grasses that grow along the side of the road. So we have to be smarter. when the mayor asks for the vote on this, I'll have my mind made up. But I did want to share that so that people would understand this is not a slam dunk decision for anybody.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate your comments. Contributed to the debate of the motion for second reading. Members of Council, any other questions, comments, and debate on the second reading? If I don't see any, I will make my comments before I go to the mover to close. Okay, Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Well, I don't know how I add to that. That was very well thought out. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. I was heading into this meeting thinking it was going to be a slam dunk. I thought we were going to get rid of an eyesore and improve our tax base, and it was going to be a good thing for the community. Having listened to you all this evening, I'm struck by a few things I hadn't considered. One, it's clear that some of you, everybody who's bought a house is invested in that property and looks to want to protect that value. And that's fair. How do I choose one person's business plans over another person's business plans? So that's a very difficult conversation. I also, Leanne, you asked this evening, you said, what do I care about? And I care about making life affordable in this community so that Christian people our age can afford to live here, so that when my kids grow up, they can afford to live in this community. It's a struggle for people just to live in the same community that they grew up in. And so, I weigh that this evening too. So, I don't know, you covered off a lot of things there, but I think another point to be asked is, and it was raised by some of you this evening, about profit. And Councillor Hansard said, we have to, what spurs someone to take that risk on, to take a chance on Stony Plain? There has to be some kind of reward. And so profit is there. Now, I see these developers, they're local-ish, fairly local compared to some of the developers that come into our community. And I know they've worked hard to build a good reputation. I've heard good things about what they are doing and how they have kept the construction mess to a minimum and worked with their neighbors there. So, when I think, what kind of developers do we want to have in this community? They are the developers that I do want to have in this community. We heard earlier them speak about there is another lot midway up the block, and they didn't think that would work very well. If you go south of this area, directly down the alley, there is I'll call it a fourplex, a condo at the end of an alley. How does that work? It doesn't work very well. And they recognized that. So they said, corner lot. So, despite how maybe a Zoom meeting went down, and I've sat through enough of those Zoom meetings through COVID to know that they don't facilitate communication very well. That's just the nature of meeting by Zoom. So I would maybe cut them a bit of a break on that one. But like Councillor Hansard, it's a tough call, and I can't say I have mine. Usually at this point in the speech, you go, and I would vote this way or that way. I'm not sure. I'm waiting to listen to the rest of council here this evening, after having listened to all of you too. And I would also like to just say thank you all for coming out.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm going to echo and be kind of that resounding gong to Councillor Hansard and Councillor Meyer, or Deputy Mayor Hansard. You know, we want to find win-win solutions, but a win-win solution is also a lose-lose because everybody has to give something up. It was shared tonight that, you know, either way, you know, it feels like somebody's walking out this evening unhappy with the decision that's been made. The piece that I'm encouraged by as a grade 6 civics teacher who teaches local government, provincial government, and federal government is the importance, the right, and dare I say obligation of residents to engage in the governance process. And we saw that tonight. We saw residents out here tonight fighting for their neighborhood. You know, heartfelt sentiments about their lives. We heard from an owner and a developer who want to do right by our community, that see the housing reports that come out. Councillor Laurie, Mayor Choi, and I had the privilege to attend a conference in Toronto called FCM here a couple of weeks ago. And I shouldn't say I'm surprised, but the number one issue faced by municipalities across this country is housing. And that's what we're here tonight to talk about. I'm going to go to my script here a little bit, so bear with me. But sometimes I need to put it down before I come, some of my thoughts, so that when we get in the moment, I say the things that I believe need to be shared. But in preparation for this evening, just doing some of my own research, there were 4 questions that I tried to answer. And so again, bear with me, this might take a second, but you know, does the proposal that's before us this evening meet the current housing needs of our community was question number 1. Question number 2, does it meet council's vision for our community as identified in our strategic plan? So that's a document we get together every year and we lay out our vision for our municipality. Question 3, is this fiscally responsible for our community? And then question 4 was, what are the alternatives if this decision isn't passed this evening? You know, as a municipality, we're striving to build an inclusive and diverse community that has safe, appropriate, affordable, or obtainable housing, so that all residents can build a life that they love. To do it, we must understand the current housing stock, demographics of existing residents, population, employment forecast, projected growth for the future, and so on. You put all that information together, and that's where we find our community's housing need. Timely as it is, last week, we were presented with Stony Plains Community Profile and Housing Needs Assessment, the update for 2023. Now, this update was requested by council because the data that we had when the first housing assessment came through, we felt was dated. And we wanted to make sure that we had the most up-to-date information that we could to make decisions for our municipality. A few things that were identified through that. Between 2016 and 2021, the median household income for our municipality decreased by 2.5% or just about 2.5%, which is in contrast to other areas of the country. Yet at the same time, the rate of inflation was 11.5%. And so you put those together, that's a significant difference. In 2016, 25% of renter households faced affordability challenges, which meant they were spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Since that time, that number has increased by over 10%. We now see 35% of renter households and nearly 15% of owners struggling to make their payments. Single detached homes may not be the most affordable for everyone, and condos, duplexes, row houses, and other multifamily units are generally more affordable on the rental and ownership market. A summary of feedback through a community survey inclusive of stakeholder workshops, counselor workshops, and so on, identified several key themes, but two I want to speak to tonight, and that's affordability and the need for innovative housing forms. So what are we going to do differently in our municipality to ensure that all residents who live here can call this home? Over the last 10 years, or 2011 to 2021, through those 10 years, we had a steady population growth of 19.5%, so nearly 2% a year. And all our data projections moving forward say the same. Well, 1.8 as opposed to 1.9, but we're looking at similar population growth over the next 10 years. It's anticipated that's 1,500 new housing units. It's a lot of homes, a lot of units that we need to consider as we move forward based on that growth. But based on that information, to answer that first question that I had, does this particular project, does this development proposal meet the current housing needs of the community? Well, we heard the developer tonight anticipate or suggest that they anticipated building 1 3-bedroom home, 2 bachelor suites, and 2 2-bedroom units. And so a diverse housing options for our municipality. Does it meet the current housing needs? I think it does. So for question 1, I think we're in alignment. Question 2, does it meet council's vision for the community as identified in our strategic plan? And I won't go into this in depth, but there were a few things that stood out. Again, in our strategic plan, we saw continue to develop innovative and diverse housing options that will support a wide range of residential needs. So prior to this evening, this was a decision of council that based on what we knew of our municipality, what we heard, the studies that were done, that this was something that we needed to consider moving forward. Protect and manage our environmental impact to meet our current need without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. And this speaks to that idea of that urban sprawl. Right? We don't want to use, we're in an area here in central Alberta that's referred to as prime agricultural land. It's at a premium, and we need to be responsible in taking care of that land. One of the ways that we do that is we look at ways to increase that sprawl, yet continue to manage the growth in our municipality. And so in answer to that second question, does it meet our vision as council for our municipality based on our strategic plan? I think it does. Is it fiscally responsible? I'm not going to speak tons to this one, but anytime we move out, there's a cost for servicing associated with that. There's a cost to put in new roads, new utilities. There's a cost for protective services, fire, policing, and otherwise. And so any time that we can use existing infrastructure to increase the tax assessment that we can bring in as a municipality, it's a fiscally responsible decision to make. And so when I look at is it fiscally responsible for us, I think it meets that criteria. And if it doesn't pass, what are the alternatives? Well, it stays as it is. It's been mentioned this evening, it's not the nicest home to look at. Potentially it's renovated as a single family residential unit, but affordability is the key. And anytime we renovate or renew or rebuild, the cost increases for that particular unit. And if one of the biggest barriers that we're facing, not just in Stony Plain, but across this country is affordability, we have to be wise in the decisions that we're making. Having said all of that, it's where the struggle comes in. I was advised when I came into council, if you lead with your values, you'll be in the right place. And this evening, we heard a lot of value statements from residents about what they value in their municipality and what they value in their community and what you value in your neighborhoods. Called, I think, 3 members of this council over the last few weeks. And the question I asked wasn't specific to the decisions being made here tonight, but I said, what do you do when all the policy boxes are checked, but the voice of the people tells you something different? How do we make decisions when we are an extension of the municipality elected to make decisions that we believe are in the best interest of our municipality? You know, one of the most humbling things I've ever done in my life is run and sit as a member of this council, because I've realized how little I know. I've realized how much I have to learn. And I've realized how challenging it can be to make decisions when there's no clear answer. If this amendment isn't passed, you know, we could say that's a win for the residents in the area. But is it a win for those people that are struggling to afford a home in our community because the inventory doesn't exist to meet the housing need that we have? Is it a win for those people? But then again, you lose something that you value in your neighborhood. And so it's a long way for me to say I have to echo Councillor Hansard and Councillor Meyer that I don't know. I do not know what the right answer is. We will make a decision here this evening. And I can promise you I'm going to go home and it's not going to sit well, and I'll probably call my colleagues just to try to wrestle with the decision that we're making. What I hope you know, as residents in our municipality, as business owners and developers in our municipality, is that tonight and in the preceding weeks, your voices were heard. And it was your voices that took what could be a relatively straightforward amendment and made it such a challenging one. Because yeah, the policy boxes are checked. It meets our development plans and our density targets. It, you know, helps us build our, you know, density downtown within walking distance of amenities and all these things that we know are important for community. But we value you and we value what you bring. And so regardless of the outcome this evening, I hope you hear that. And I want to say that now before we get too deep into this, because I think emotion can take over. And then that frustration is there, you know, depending on where we sit in the conversation. I have a few members of council that have yet to speak, and we have some time, you know, where I'll be deliberating and listening and processing. But thank you for being here. Thank you for the calls. Thank you for the letters. Thank you for your time, because it shows that you care about Stony Plain and know that we do too.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, I'll echo a lot of what was said by my colleagues before. I won't go too in depth through it, but you know, the voices of the community are definitely weighing heavy in this decision right now. You know, we have many guiding documents, and majority of those guiding documents were developed with the voices of the community as well, with our municipal development plan, with our Old Town Community Plan, with our strategic plan. And I think where I'm struggling most on this one in my decision, because as has been stated before, I am still undecided on this, is that this is right on the fringe. This is right on the fringe of, you know, an area of transition in the Old Town Community Plan. This is an area, it is an area that is specifically identified for this type of redevelopment. I am struggling a little bit with that term of low-scale infill and trying to determine in my own mind what I would deem low-scale infill to actually be. And, you know, how do you define that? Do you define it by the number of units? Do you define it by the number of bedrooms? Do you define it by the number of people? And there are certain things we regulate and certain things that we don't. For example, you could build a single-family home with as many bedrooms as you like, as long as it fits within the parameters of the zoning, and as many people as you would like can live in that building. As many vehicles as you would like can belong to that building. There are no hard and fast rules around that. And, you know, there are other cultures where multi-generational housing is a thing, and where, you know, multiple generations live in that house, and you can have 14 people living in a single family home with 6-7 vehicles potentially. If that was built in an R1 in Stony Plain, there would be nothing stopping that. There would be nothing in our bylaws to prevent that. And so I struggle in this and saying, you know, between R1 and R7, the size of the structure itself varies incredibly small. There is a very, very small difference between the setbacks, the lot coverage, everything that is included between R1 and R7. There's two major differences that I'm looking at, in that in R1, you would only require, with a secondary suite, I believe you'd be around 3 parking spaces, maybe 4. But in the R7, they're going to be required to have 8 on-site parking spaces. The garbage issue concerns me. I'm not a fan of the idea of, I think it was brought up, you know, as many as 10 bins out in front of this property, but we did hear about, you know, provisions that when it gets to the development permit side of things, I would like to hope could be considered. You know, as I continue to look, we heard from the developer, and again, it's identified in the plans that the corner lots, the corner units, are the ones primarily identified for that redevelopment, because they don't have the same issues of access and traffic congestion as internal lots do. It was mentioned before, and I think it is worth mentioning again, that, you know, at some point in time there is a likelihood of additional redevelopment along the western side of these lots, which would be adjacent to Highway 779. Those currently being zoned as C3, there would be nothing stopping, or not that nothing stopping, but it would be within the zoning for somebody to construct a very large multi-unit dwelling on one of those lots, on 2 of those lots, on 3 of those lots, depending on what came up for sale now. I struggle with the lack of information from administration on the current improvements and the current number of secondary suites on 47th Avenue between 55th and 54th Avenue, because I'm trying to get a gauge in my own head of what redevelopment has already occurred in this area and what redevelopment is yet to occur in this area. Many of these plans that we've talked about are newer, and there have been very few of these come forward, but they are starting to come forward, and they will continue to come forward this year, next year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 and 20 years. The town is at a point where significant areas of the town are under redevelopment. And we have properties in those areas that have been well kept, properties in those areas that have already been redeveloped under existing zoning and existing allotments, and then we have properties that have not. And trying to determine what build form is the right build form based on what's been done and what hasn't been done, and based on what plans are in place and which plans aren't in place, it's difficult. I am encouraged by what I've heard from the developer. I'm encouraged by the work we've seen from the developer in the past, albeit a little bit limited, but again, it's not an unfamiliar space. But I am concerned about the size. I am concerned about the number of units. And I'm concerned about what R7 really means and what low-scale infill really means, and whether, is this low scale, or is this maybe a little too big? Too many units, too many bedrooms. So I'll leave it at that, Your Worship. I'm hopeful for some more great insight from colleagues to help formulate a decision here.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your comments. Let me see. One person I haven't heard from is Councillor Pletchko. Would you like to weigh in as well?
I'm really glad that I sit at the far end of the table. Maybe eventually they'll move me back closer to you so you can actually see me lift my hand multiple times. But yes, thank you. I want to weigh in a tiny bit. I want to thank everybody for coming today. This is never an easy decision for any one of us sitting up here. And each one of the councillors has made some very, very good points. One I want to make to council is, no matter what our decision is, the developer still has an alternative. And that alternative is an appeal board. And if these boxes are all checked through the appeal board, it gets approved regardless. So I think one of the things that we need to consider as we sit up here is, do we want another level involved in it? Do we want to make a decision tonight? And what is best for our community? I think I said it in the last meeting. When we look at this, we as council, through our people, because we consult with them an astronomical amount, which I think is phenomenal. Since I've been on council, everything we do has public input. And I think it's great that the public actually shows up and wants to be part of our community. It says that it's important for them. And I think tonight, when we look at everything, what we have to consider is all of our plans that we have in place for a developer and development, what we've heard from our residents, and how we move forward. And yes, I agree with each one of you. This is not an easy decision, because when you have a house full of people, it never becomes an easy decision. And I can think of not that many years ago where I sat on that side of the fence, where they were changing something right directly across from my property, and I had all the concerns. There's people in here that sat in that same thing, and we watched council go, nope, this is how it's going to go. We all walked out of here madder than you could believe, and I was one of them. Hence why I decided I wanted to be on council, because I wanted to have my voice heard. What I learned real quick up here is, you need to have 4 other people that think the same way as you do. So not always is your thinking great, and that's why we have some really good debate. We have a really good team up here, and I think we've moved this community in the right direction for the last 6 years. So kudos to each and every one of you. But I also think that the direction that we've taken has come from our residents, and we've listened very, very well, even when there's times that are tough, and even when there's times that we didn't like things. You know, we can all say that, you know, I was one that sat up in the back and said my property value was going to devalue when they did what they did. That piece of property has never been used for its intended purpose, and when I sold my property, it did not devalue my property in any way, shape, or form. And I own the one right next door to it too. So, you know, sometimes it's a tough thing for all of us, and I can tell you, I've sat on the other side multitude of times, wanting the best for me, and sometimes maybe that wasn't always the best for the community. So tonight's decision, you know, I think our mayor will have some good closing comments that will help a lot of us sit here. He's a great individual that sits here and listens to all of us talk way too much and procrastinate way too much, but he also gives us some good direction and some good lead when there are tough decisions to be made. He's been at the table a long time, and I think a lot of us respect that. So we also respect every one of you that have taken time here tonight to come out and voice your concerns. And I encourage everybody, no matter what subdivision, what comes forward, what property wants to be developed, if you've got something to say, you need to have your say in council. I think it's important. So having said that, I'm hoping now that our mayor will give us a little bit of his wisdom to go along with this and help guide some decisions this evening, because I think you have a council sitting up here that's listening to each one of us tonight to make our final decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion before I close with my comments and go back to the original mover. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you. Just a question through you to our administration, just to confirm, Councillor Palechko made the comment there, and I just want to make sure I'm right. So being that this is a rezoning application, if this is defeated this evening, can administration provide the path that a developer could take should they wish to continue to pursue it?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, if this is to be appealed, given it's a council decision, it would have to be appealed on the merit of we didn't follow due justice or that it wasn't within the jurisdiction of the council to do. So ultimately, a new application would have to be brought back. Typically, there's a 6-month delay or period of time by which there would be an inability to bring back the same type of application. So unless a different type of application was brought before administration, it would be like a 6-month period of freeze. So again, typically, the appeal that I think was mentioned earlier was a subdivision appeal or a development permit appeal, which would go to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, or potentially the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, if it had a provincial interest. But in terms of an actual appeal, for a council decision, it's pretty much the way it is unless an application is brought back.
Okay. So for clarity, if this is defeated, this would not be appealable to the SDAB or the Land and Property Rights Tribunal?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
It can be appealed to the Land and Tribunal because they can argue for the process was not fairly done, which if they win, then we have to hold the public hearing again. So the answer is yes, they can be appealed.
Right, but it can't appeal the decision, they can just appeal the process.
Right. Okay, any more questions, comments, debate from members of council? See none? You're good, or do you want me to? Go ahead, Jay. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor Choi, and thank you, council, for sharing your thoughts, as cloudy as mine for some of us. When I was researching for tonight, I came across a group called Strong Towns, and their goal is to replace what they call as the suburban experiment, this idea that as we sprawl, they're obviously very desirable, but that pattern of development does have an impact on our communities, on our environment. And so their goal is to establish patterns of development that are financially strong and resilient, so that all sizes of communities can be safe, livable, and inviting. The financial logic behind thickening up, if you would, neighborhoods, increasing that density that's already served by infrastructure and bringing life to older homes is strong. It's very strong. As we look forward as a municipality, we do need to consider, as we said, those housing needs while balancing it with the environment, fiscal responsibility as a municipality, and the feedback of residents such as yourselves who live, work, and play here. This is one where my head and my heart are in opposition, and listening this evening to council discussion, I don't think I'm alone in that. Our past bylaw amendment that we discussed this evening, I had made a motion to amend something within the discussion. And in listening to the wisdom of my colleagues on council, one of the things that I was reminded was that the policies and procedures that are in place for a reason. And they were very well intentioned. They were put in place by either previous councils or council of the day with the best interest of the community in mind. As a municipality, we've developed goals, policies, and actions to fill the gaps in our current housing stock. These goals, actions, and policies are informed by census, by municipal studies, resident engagement, and so on. But as a result, they are now identified within our bylaws and our housing strategy. For that reason, And based on our previous discussion around honoring the policies that we have implemented, I will be voting in favor of this amendment this evening.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Anderson. Any other members of council like to speak, comment, or debate the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll provide some of my commentary before I will go to the mover to close if they choose. Members of council, we've had a good and robust conversation with our community, the developers that came forward with the application, and also some recommendations from our administrative staff. However, I can address a few of these issues, and some of them I do not address and do not accept as valid points. Right. The first one is in terms of value. Value of the property is based on market value and not based on what the town of Stony Plain does. It always goes up based on the markets, and we do not reimburse residents that have sold the house and lost money, because we don't ask residents to give us money when they sell the house and make money. And it is market value. Sometimes location is an issue, and where you buy has that ability to affect your market value. So when developments happen, the market value is changed based on the markets and not of one type of development or not. I'm not sold that the back alley is a problem. We all know back alleys are single lane narrow, so we always have to deal with it. Even with the current existing residents that live on there, especially the ones that face 48th Street, have to access that all the time, and they interact with other residents that have to access it all the time as well. Will having an extra 5 more units there affect it? Yes, it will. But that's a reality because it's a back lane and not a main arterial road or local road or a collector road. In terms of traffic on 47th Avenue and 55th Avenue, there was some commentary that it's already busy. Yes, it is, but it's designed to handle that and more. Right? Oway Drive or 55th Avenue is very similar to all the other collector roads that we have, like 57th, 779, 50th, 49th. They're accommodated to hold more traffic. That is why, if you look at their capital plan, we're redoing 57th Avenue to provide more access to the new school and connect it to the Brickyard. We're not widening it. We're just making it better because it's been long overdue that it needs to be redone. It's the same width. Right. So in terms of traffic flows, it meets and is adequate for that. Okay. In terms of moving from an R1 to an R7, definitely no concerns about the height or the setbacks because they're very, very similar. Actually, the height is identical. The lot width between side yard and rear setbacks differ from 0.5 to 1 meter based on how close you are in terms of a garage or a deck. Okay. I am concerned with the difference of lot coverage. On an R1 is a 40% lot coverage, and an R7 is 50%. So again, a little more density in terms of what can be built there. I do have an issue with parking. Adding 5 more units to that location, even though we want density on those corner sections because it's easy access, less for people to drive through the subdivision to access the properties. I do see an issue there, especially with 5 additional units. 8 parking spots, which means there will be overflow onto 55th Avenue and 47th Avenue. Okay. Okay. I do believe that this area is zoned for transition. I was on council in 2012 when I became mayor. We did the MDP review, talked to residents, and we came up with areas of transition of where they would need, and we foresee that areas will be changing in the future. This is one of the areas that we do see as changing. Is it on this lot? I don't think so. So back in 2013, when we approved the area structure plan and we rezoned many of the Old Town South properties C3, and even the ones that are adjacent to the back alley, we zoned C3. We did not rezone this from R1 to C3 or R2 or R3 at that time. Because we knew and we thought that would be where the line is. Right? If you look further down south of 55th Avenue, those lots there are still zoned residential 1 instead of C3. Because council at that time figured that in terms of development growth, we don't foresee commercial going any further than that in the near future. And many of you can think, what is the MDP? Well, it's a municipal development plan which helps guide our community for the next 25 years of where we want to be, of how we want to grow up. At that time when we reviewed it, we didn't see that this would be the area transition for the higher density. We do see it as an area transition as part of the Old Town redevelopment. What does that mean to me when I approved this plan way back in 2013, 2014? Is that it will provide that cushion from the C3 and then going eastwards towards Oatway Drive. And that means increased densities, but not for a 5-plex, not for an R7. Increased densities for us, for me, on council, has been adding secondary suites to our land use bylaw, adding garden suites to our land use bylaw, because we understand that we need to be affordable for everyone. Many people cannot afford a single-family house, but they may be able to afford a secondary suite, a basement suite, or a garden suite. That's our attempt to make more affordability in our community. R7 is also an attempt. I think it's a good idea, but not here. If you look at all the areas that are showed in Old Town South that are zone C3 that allow for this development, those are the areas that Town Council at that time, which included myself and Councillor Hansard, believe this will be appropriate developments for. This is on the cusp where it provides that cushion. I'd like to see more density on there, but not a 5-unit story. So members of council, with that, I will not be supporting the motion for second reading. Councilor Pletchko, as a mover, any closing remarks?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Greatly appreciate your insight from the past. I think it's always important for us as councillors to hear why development was done within our community. And by having past councillors, mayors, we get to have some of that insight. So it's always nice to hear a closing support or why you don't support it. And you've always got good reason for one or the others. So thank you for that this evening. And I would encourage council tonight to listen closely to what the mayor has had to say, but we all have to make our best decision that we believe is the correct decision for the community. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. So with the motion for second reading, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Thank you. So that motion is defeated. There's no need to go on to the third reading. So moving on with the agenda is number 9, which is business items. We have nothing scheduled tonight. So on to council discussion. This is the time that we allow council members to provide input to administration, ask questions, or provide some comments to the rest of council. Starting with Councillor Meyer, anything to add?
Nothing this evening. I'd just like to thank all the residents for coming out and the developers for coming out as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just tack on to it. Appreciate both the developers and the residents for coming out this evening. These are the tough decisions, and these are the challenges that we face within the community in trying to balance the needs of our community that exists now and the needs of our community in the future. I would agree with what you said. There's a good project, just maybe not quite the right spot. And I think we've got some work to do on a couple of our own internal plans and processes, and hopefully this will spur some of that discussion. So that's all for me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I guys have so much to say, but I'm really tired. Up until you spoke, I thought I was going to vote the other way. So that's really a tricky thing for me. Mr. Mayor, we came out of Farmers' Days and we're going now into our mid-year planning session, and we have meetings with all of our boards and committees. And earlier this evening, council gave an overview, quarterly overview of our boards and committees. If you think this was interesting, you should hear some of that. So thank you very much. I have nothing else to contribute tonight.
Councilor Pechko?
I just want to say thank you again. I think tonight was a really good opportunity for both the developer and the public input. I would encourage our developer not to be discouraged by what the decision was tonight, but to keep coming forward with your opportunities that are created within our community. Maybe the next one is the one that gets approved for that next area. And I wouldn't discourage anybody from trying to do development within our community. There's always a good opportunity for both that to happen. When you talk about profit, I think the one thing that always bothers me when we talk about that, we all think about our own pocketbook. We have to think unilaterally to everybody. You know, the developer, you know, we had people sit at the table that say they develop. So they know what it's like to be residential, and they know what it's like to develop commercial and industrial. And each one of those things can either be profitable or non-profitable. And sometimes you take a loss on the development once you've taken that chance to do it. But a lot, I was told a long time ago, property never devalues. You will see a decrease at some point in time, but if you can sit on it, you will always see an increase. And I've yet to see where somebody has taken a huge hit unless you absolutely have to get rid of something at some point in time. So real estate is a good investment. It don't matter what it is. I think the developer knows that he's got a good piece of property, regardless of whether he can put a 5-plex on it or he's got to build a house with an in-law suite or something on it. There's always the opportunity. And if you don't see the value in it, somebody else will see the value in it. So everybody just keep in mind that there's always opportunities that come in our community, and there's going to be good and bad decisions that go along with it. So thanks very much for this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Pechko. Members, just a couple concerns here. Involved to me the sidewalk in front of When Magic Happens. Can we have planning infrastructure take a look at that sidewalk and do an assessment on that area?
Through your worship, yes, so just, it was in front of where? Can you just repeat? I didn't quite catch the
So
location.
it's a sidewalk in front of When Magic Happens?
When Magic Happens.
I believe it is disintegrated enough that it is actually powdering off.
I'll send that to staff to take a look.
Great, thank you. And can the administration provide any update on the fire that happened at Rotary Park yesterday?
Is this working? Yeah, it is. Your worship, certainly it was I would call a typical fire that might happen. It appears that some fuzz, the white poplar fuzz, was ignited by something, and crews caught up very quickly. It might have looked large, but it was a smaller area that was impacted. So crews were in. There was no concerns from the fire services once they completed their activities. RCMP were involved, and I think they have an open file on the particular incident.
Okay, thank you. And that's all the questions I have today. So before we adjourn the meeting, again, thank you very much, administration, for providing the agenda for us, members of council for reading your agendas and coming here to prepare to have those conversations and debate the motions brought forward. Thank you to the developers that brought forward the applications and the residents that came forward. This is the process. It allows every opportunity for everyone in our community, regardless if you live here or not, if you own land, if you have family here, you have a say and stake in our community. So please stay involved and just keep on talking to us. That's how we build a better community. I think mentioned by many members of council here is that council will do things that you may not like, and council will do things that you may like. But we're all here doing what we think is best for our community, and it is a long-term win-win solution for all of us. So thank you. With that, we're adjourned.